athletes. Practice has now ended, with the exception of the one pair where we had a little difficulty there. They'll continue to practice. And at this time, we ask that all athletes take bowling equipment they are not using to the paddock area and return to your starting lanes. We ask players refrain from placing extra bowling balls on chairs or tables. And as mentioned earlier, we need no more than 12 balls on the upper ball return. Please remember to keep the walkways between bleachers clear, and that all spectators and guests remain on the carpeted area, as only the athletes and coaches are allowed in the tiled area. Once again, as a reminder, the Intercollegiate Team Championships, as well as the Intercollegiate Singles Championships, will be 4 consecutive Friday nights in May, beginning on May 4th on the CBS Sports Network. Also, as a reminder, please visit the USBC Sports Store that is located behind lanes 23 and 24 to pick up your event merchandise.
1, 2, 3, sir!
Also, spectators and guests, there is no flash photography permitted or lights used for video cameras during competition, and artificial noisemakers are also not permitted.
Yes! 1, 2, 3, 4, sprint people, instructional concept. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! 1, 2, 3, raiders!
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and give the best collegiate teams in the country a big send-off as they begin their qualifying round. Good luck and good bowling.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our live coverage of the USBC Intercollegiate Team Championships from Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. Qualifying just getting underway. Our men's featured pair. It's a good one, Weber International and Robert Morris, Illinois, on lanes 17 and 18. Our women's featured pair for these first 4 games going to be Wright State and William Penn. Teams will bowl 24 games of qualifying today in this morning/afternoon block. And then we'll head into the double elimination match play bracket this afternoon. They are bowling Baker competition for the entire tournament. It is Baker qualifying, so 5 players combined to make up 1 team game. They'll bowl 2 games on the same lane. So, for example, Weber International will bowl 2 games on lane 17, and then they'll flip over and bowl 2 more on lane 18. And then the teams will switch, and we'll have new teams coming to the pairs. Our qualifying is expected to go until 2:45 p.m. Central, and then there'll be an hour and 45-minute break before we get started with match play this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. Central Time. Wright State in the green on the right lane. The Raiders from Dayton, Ohio, coached by Jeff Fleck in his 7th season. They finished 4th at the Smyrna, Tennessee sectional, did Wright State. Interesting to note that for the Weber International men, Marcelo Swartz not bowling anchor this morning. Usually he is their anchor bowler, but they've got him in the number 4 position and John Trzynski in the number 5 spot. It's an unusual move for Weber. William Penn women up now on the left lane, lane number 15. The Lady Statesman from Oskaloosa, Iowa, finished 3rd in the Fairview Heights sectional to reach this point. They've never won a national title, so they're looking for their first national title. In fact, Wright State has not won a national title either, so both these schools on a quest to make some history here. Sixth frame for Weber International. 87 in the 5th for Weber and a spare in the 6th. Wright State women 84 in the 5th, a spare in the 6th. William Penn wraps the 10 on the washout, 85 in the 6th for them. Eight count for Weber in the 7th. The Weber men never won the national title. They lost in the championship match to Fresno State last year. They did win the NAIA Invitational this season, just a couple of weeks ago. And they finished 1st at the Allentown sectional. Seven pin doesn't go down for William Penn here in the 8th frame. It's junior gold champion Gary Faulkner with the 7 pin, junior Team USA member. And there goes John Lucido chasing Deadwood. John's our host here this week. And he got his exercise on Tuesday in the singles competition, because it seems like The pins like to fly out here, and John runs out there and grabs them. .124 in the 7th for Weber. Robert Morris, a lot of 9 spares so far. 9 spare strike and then 4 consecutive 9 spares. 97 in the 5th, working in the 7th. And another 9 spare coming up. Look at the scoreboard on our men's pair. Weber International on the top, Robert Morris on the bottom. You can see that it stretches all the way across both monitors, so you can see the full game for both teams. William Penn's in the 10th frame now. They can strike out for 173. Take a look at the scoreboard on our women's pair. William Penn on the top, Wright State on the bottom. William Penn working on a double. Wright State trying to pick up a spare here. Can max out at 180. Second shot in the 10th here for William Penn. It's a good one. 10 goes backwards. 6 got a little piece of it. And there's a double for Robert Morris. They struggled with carry so far this game, but they get the double heading into the 10th frame. They can still max out at 226. Final shot of this game for William Penn. They strike out, fill it up in the 10th for 173. So a nice save there for William Penn as they get the last 4. Weber's final shot of this game, it's a strike for 184. Only 1 open in the game for Weber, missed single pin in the 3rd. Tenth frame for Robert Morris. And that is the Player of the Year in college bowling, Marshall Kent, honored last night. It's a freshman. He's got a lot of accolades. He's on Team USA, Junior Team USA. He was the Player of the Year and the Rookie of the Year in college bowling. I talked to him last night and said that owes a lot of his success this season to his teammates. His mental game has improved 10 times, he said, since he got to Robert Morris, and that's been a big key to his success. And clearly it's had a big impact because he won the Team USA trials back in January to get on Team USA, and has led Robert Morris to a fine season this year in college bowling. They're the #1 ranked team in the team ranking system. They won their sectional in Fairview Heights, so they are the team with the target on their back here this week. Another strike, 4 in a row. They're going to be in the 220s here in game 1. This is going to be the last men's pair to finish. Everybody else is done. We'll let you know the standings as soon as they throw their last shot. We've got it set up so the standings come in almost immediately after the game's end. Our defending champions, Fresno State, only shot 150 in game one on the men's side. It's the final shot for Robert Morris. They shoot 223. Lindenwood leads the men's side, 268. Kansas in second at 226. Robert Morris third, 223. Midland in fourth at 222. And Wichita State rounds out the top five at 212. So again, the teams stay on that same lane for their next game, which worked out well for the William Penn women because they finished with 4 in a row, and then they threw a double to start this game. So that was 6 in a row total for the William Penn women before that 10 pin. We watch Weber convert the 10 in the first here in game 2. There are a couple of 4 teams still yet to finish game one on the women's side. As soon as they finish up, well, 2 of them just finished, so there's 2 more to go, and then we'll tell you the standings for the women. Looks like the women's scores are very, very low in game one overall. I think there's only 1 team over 200 that's on the scoreboard currently. It's Kutztown at 218. And still a couple more teams to finish. Kutztown 218, Maryland Eastern Shore 189, Wichita State 181, Lindenwood 179, and Robert Morris 175 on the women's side. That's your top 5 after the first game. Lane conditions, a very light volume sport pattern of medium length, 40 feet long. The volume is 21 or 22 mils, and it is a sport pattern developed by USBC for this event. If you watched the singles competition on Tuesday, this pattern is 1 foot shorter and quite a bit lighter on the volume of oil. Wright State with a strike in the 6th. Oh, nice shot there by William Penn. Gets the 9 to go late. Oh, a missed single pin there by Jacob Kent in the 4th frame. I believe that is the first open for the Robert Morris guys. They had a clean 223 game in game number 1. I think if they have one open every 14 frames, they'll be pretty happy with that. Marshall Kent trying to get Robert Morris back on track, and Messenger comes across from the side and leaves the 4-pin standing up. Strike by William Penn that we saw there. Weber trying to put together a double here. 3-6-10. Tenth frame for William Penn. Paralyzes the 5-pin for the strike. Back-to-back strikes. They can get into the 220s with another one in the 10th. Washout here for Wright State. Crosses over and converts it nicely. They can max out at 188 this game. All of a sudden, Robert Morris struggling a bit. They had it open in the 6th. They split, and only 94 in the 6th frame for the Eagles. But you can see off in the distance Wichita State. We might see them a little bit later today. They just shot 256 on the men's side. This is a head pin left. Final shot this game for William Penn before they flip over to lane number 16. They shoot 210. It's going to be 175 for Wright State with a strike. .383 for William Penn after 2 games, .333 for Wright State. I think William Penn will be right up there near the top of the standings after a couple of games with that one, considering only one team shot 200 the first game. There's a look at the men's scoreboard. Both teams struggling a little bit here. 130 in the 8th for Weber. They're on the top line. Bottom line is Robert Morris. Just had another split in the 8th, so they're going to be looking, if they get 2, at 120 in the 8th. So, a couple of real tough games here for both these teams, and now a 3-6-9-10 for Swartz. Very difficult spare coming up. Have to keep an eye on splits here because the pins bounce around so much. It's not out of the question that we could see some pretty difficult splits made in this bowling center. I think Marcelo will say he got a little bit lucky making that one. Found a way to get it done, though. So 10th frame now on our men's featured pairing game 2. Brzezinski with a strike. Weber can max out at 180, as can Robert Morris. Game 3 in progress on our women's pair. Watching our live coverage of the USBC Intercollegiate Team Championships. We're in qualifying early on here, the third game for the women, the second game wrapping up for the men. Lucas Wiseman and Jason Overstreet here bringing you the action from Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. Oh, the 4 goes down late for the double in the 10th for Weber. And Jason just got some good news from Andrew Ewing back at the office. We're going to be live streaming the Queens on Sunday and Monday, and Andrew has gotten us 4 bowling balls from Storm Bowling Products to give away during our Queens broadcast.
All right.
I know a lot of people need some new equipment, so we'll be giving you more information in the next few days on how we're going to give those away, but we'll be giving away 4 Storm bowling balls during our Queens live streaming coming up on Sunday and Monday.
That'll be some exciting stuff. Lucas, it's great to be back with you here and part of the live stream in Lincoln at the ITCs. I also want to remind everyone that the televised finals of this event, as well as the USBC Intercollegiate Singles Championships, will be seen on CBS College Sports consecutive Fridays in May. So Fridays in May are your college bowling time. CBS College Sports, the network. So check with your local provider to find out the channel for CBS College Sports, 10 p.m. Eastern Time every Friday in May, and that's where you will see the nationally televised finals of these events. Be sure to check it out. It's going to be a great show for sure.
And Jason, you did the same thing I did in my story on Tuesday night. They just changed the name of the network to CBS Sports Network. It used to be CBS College Sports, so that's what most people are familiar with. So if you look in your guide on your TV, you might want to look for CBS Sports Network. It's not CBS. It's not the over-the-air CBS that you get at home. It's CBS Sports Network, which is available on, I think, 50 million homes, something like that, across the country.
Thanks for the correction, Lucas.
Yeah, no problem.
I knew that. I've just been I've been referring to it as CBS College Sports for so many years it just came automatically. But yeah, CBS Sports Network. It may be on the channel that was formerly CBS College Sports.
Exactly.
On your cable or satellite provider.
We updated our Facebook status on our USBC page this morning and let everybody know we had live streaming going on. And Zachary Young commented and said, "Bowling, possibly the greatest sport ever invented." Thanks, Zach, for the comment. you'd like to post a question or get a shout out, you can do that on our Facebook page. I'm sure most of you know where to find us on Facebook already, but just in case, it's facebook.com/USBC1. Facebook.com/USBC and the number 1.
Also invite everybody watching to please subscribe to our YouTube channel. YouTube now, our platform for live streaming, as you're aware if you're watching. You hit the subscribe button, you'll get a notice every time that we upload a new highlight video or complete a live stream. Have Matt Lawson, who is Bull TV's specialist, who goes around the country giving highlights of different events. He is in town here for this one. So be sure to subscribe so that you know when highlights of the ITC are available.
And the final place you can follow us as far as social networking goes is Twitter, twitter.com/USBC. I think Pete Treadwell was telling me we're almost to 5,000 followers, so he was kind of hoping that we could get over that number these next week or so. So if you don't follow us on Twitter, twitter.com/USBC.
If you're on our main YouTube channel, it's real easy to do. There are buttons for both USBC's Facebook and Twitter pages there at the top of the layout. You can also visit bull.com from there, which is where we'll have results of the event, as well as check out mybowlingvacation.com if you have any travel needs, whether it's for a bowling event or for anything else. There's some great deals there. Have me headed to Baton Rouge for the USBC Open Championships or Reno for the USBC Women's Championships, which just kicked off last weekend. mybowlingvacation.com, your place for terrific travel deals. Be surprised at all the discounts that are available on non-bowling cities as well.
We're in the third game of 24 games of qualifying here at the ITCs, and we'll give you an update on the standings here in just a moment. All the teams have completed 2 games now. So as soon as the screen rotates, I'll be able to tell you what our standings are. It's coming in just a second here. We'll give you the men's standings first. Kansas in the lead. Oh wait, they have already finished their third game, 6-14 for 3. William Patterson 6-10 for 3. Those two teams already after 3 games. Wichita State after 2 at 468. Lindenwood 458. Moorhead State 411. RIT 408. Fresno State 403. Robert Morris 403. So that means Fresno State started with a 150 game. So to get to 403 after 2, that means they shot 253 in game 2. So a nice rebound for the defending champions.
And here's a look at the monitor that's rotating the scores through. Let you see that momentarily.
I believe that's the men's standings. I don't know how well you can see that though, Jason.
It's a little hard to see.
Yeah, it's a little fuzzy.
So we'll just try and let you know about the standings as they evolve. Real early on, of course, here.
Wichita State in the lead on the women's side at 416. William Penn second, 383. McKendree at 381. Lindenwood at 366. Robert Morris at 366. Got some folks who've checked in on our USBC Facebook page, Jason.
All right.
Nick Pulsifier took exception with Zach Brown's comment. Zach said bowling possibly the greatest sport ever invented, and Nick says possibly. Connor Harrington wants to know if RIT will be on the featured pair today. We don't have our lane rotation schedule, so I'm not sure who's going to make it to our featured pairs, but there are 6 4-game blocks, and I doubt that they bowl on the same pair at any point, which means we will see most of the teams. There will be some teams that don't make it to the pair because they're using 16 lanes, and they only bowl 6 sets. So we only bowl on 12 of the 16 lanes. So we'll miss a few of the teams, but we'll get a bunch of them. Abram McDuffie says, I wish I knew about college bowling when I was younger. Great opportunity for today's youth. Absolutely. College bowling. Split for Robert Morris in the 7th frame. They had 4 in a row before that one, so 140 in the 7th for Robert Morris. Oh, look at that. Sent a couple of pins over towards the 7. Cameron Weir did, and hits the strike in the 8th for Robert Morris. William Penn at 570 after 3 games, and Wright State at 514. As they are in game 4, this will be their final game on the featured pair. Men's pair. Marshall Kent for Robert Morris up in the 10th. Working on a double, they can get to 230 this game. Marshall trying to throw the 4th consecutive strike here. This would be the 2nd time this game they've thrown 4 strikes in a row if he can get it here. They do have 2 opens this game, though. That's kind of hindering their score a little bit. So that's going to give him 230 if he can strike on the fill. They're going to bring in the sub for the fill ball. Leaves the 5 pin, 229, and 632 for the first 3 games for Robert Morris. Comment in the chat says the men are really far in for it only being game 3. And yeah, we kind of figured with a light volume medium pattern, they might start to get pretty deep. So it could be an in front of the ball return kind of day on the men's side. as we move along. Robert Morrison, Weber International, the last pair to finish on the guys' side again. William Penn with a split in the 5th frame. .184 for Weber International, .547 for them for the first 3 games. William Patterson leading on the men's side. Well, that's after 4 games. They get out of whack a little bit. But Lindenwood actually leading after 3 games at 696. Wichita State 683. Moorhead State 643. Fresno State 638. After 4 games, William Patterson 854. These standings update so fast that sometimes it's hard to keep track of them. It's a good problem to have, though. Still waiting on a couple of pairs to finish game 3 on the women's side, so we can't give you any standings just yet. They're almost finished up. I think they're in the 10th frame down there. Yeah, Lindenwood and Robert Morris are bowling on the same pair together on lanes 3 and 4 and bowling a little slow. We are in game 4 on both of our featured pairs, though. Just underway with game 4 on the men's side. The women's featured pair is in the 8th frame of game 4, so they're going to be a little out of whack after this first 4-game block because these guys are finishing up game 4 and down on 3 and 4. They haven't even started the 4th game yet.
For all those youth bowlers who are watching, if being a part of collegiate competition is something that you would like to have be part of your future, you might want to check out the Collegiate Combine for college prospects. It's an event at the International Bowling Campus, ITRC in Arlington. It takes place over the summer. It's where high school age, typically athletes with college eligibility, can come and be evaluated in front of collegiate coaches and perhaps get an opportunity to bowl in college. You can find more information on that program by going to bowl.com/combine. Last year we had the first year. It was a tremendous success, and we expect even more interest this year. The capacity has been increased. fantastic for collegiate coaches as well. So it's designed to have players and coaches get matched up, see who might be a good fit for different schools. Also tell you a lot about your game, things that you might need to work on or what you can improve to move up to the next level. Once again, it's the Combine for college prospects. Bowl.com/combine for more information.
Fifth frame coming up on our men's featured pair here in game 4. See if we can give you some women's standings here. Wichita State 695. They're already more than 100 pins ahead of the field. William Penn at 570, Maryland Eastern Shore 568, Pikeville 557, McKendree 556. So Wichita State women already out to a real big lead after 3 games. It's pretty hard to go up 125 pins on the field in just 3 games, but Wichita State has managed to do that. They're the only team that's plus on the women's side. It's final frame in progress on our women's featured pair here for William Penn and Wright State. That is the 4th consecutive strike for Robert Morris. Chris Pearson striking the 6th. Off to our right, the Wichita State men just shot 241, and they shoot 924 for their first 4 games. So a nice start for the Shockers men's team as well. Final shot of game 4 coming up here for Wright State. Strike for 167. Gets 8, so 165 will be the final tally here in game 4. William Penn can max out at 160 with a strike right here. Fifth frame open for Weber International. 86 in the 5th for Weber. Robert Morris, meanwhile, with 5 straight strikes. They've already finished 7 frames. Spare in the 9th for Robert Morris, so Marshall Kent will have a chance to strike out, give them 247 here in game 4. Again, our women's featured pair is done, and we're waiting for some new teams to come over. Gary Faulkner with the Greek Church in the 8th for Weber. Marshall Kent with 4-9 split here in the 10th. So if he only gets one, they'll shoot 224. If he can pick it up somehow, they'd be in the 230s. So game 4 coming to a close. 233 for Robert Morris. This is the final shot for Weber International. They can shoot 168 with a strike. It's Chris Sarievas from Lithuania. Looks like coming up next on the men's featured pair, it's going to be Vincennes and St. Ambrose. And on the women's side, Robert Morris and Kutztown. Apologize for the little technical problems we've been having. Keep getting knocked off. Not quite sure why, but hopefully it'll be okay from here on out. Drop the stream quality down from our best setting down to our medium setting, and that should help with any sort of buffering issues that you were having watching. As we are between games here. Give you an update on the men's standings in just a moment. Vincennes and St. Ambrose men are coming to the featured pair for games 5, 6, 7, and 8. Wichita State leads after 4 games, 9-24. Lindenwood in second at 895. Robert Morris third, 865. Midland fourth at 856. Morehead State in 5th place at 855. The next 5, William Patterson, Fresno State, Kansas, Rochester Tech, and Toledo in 10th place. St. Ambrose 11th, Notre Dame 12th, Calumet 13th, Weber 14th, Wright State 15th, and last place is Vincennes. And that's after 4 games on the men's side. Still waiting for the Robert Morris and Lindenwood women to finish game 4. As soon as they do, we'll have updated standings. Looks like they just threw the final shot, so standings should be coming in. Got a packed house here at Sun Valley Lanes. Lots of spectators. They were here very early. They were here before we got here this morning, Jason. Everybody was packed in this bowling center trying to get seats. Well, if you're here before us, then you know you're here early.
It takes us a little while to get our gear set up, so there was certainly, you know, come all the way to see this great event, though. The parents and other fans, make sure that you can actually see what's going on. Brought in bleachers throughout the venue here and pan around and see that it is packed.
And I don't know where to go.
Not an empty seat in the house. Everybody watching best college bowling around.
Vincennes on lane 17 for the first two games of this block. St. Ambrose will be on lane 18.
Still waiting for our women's featured pair to get going.
Robert Morris walking over now. They were the last pair to finish game 4. Standings on the women's side after 4 games. Wichita State at 918. Pikeville at 799. Midland in 3rd at 760. Robert Morris 4th at 754. McKendree in 5th at 744. The next 5 are Maryland Eastern Shore, William Penn, Lindenwood, Kutztown, and Weber. 11th place Newman. 12th is Calumet, followed by Florida State, Stephen F. Austin, West Texas A&M, and Wright State in the bottom spot in the women's standings. St. Ambrose strike, open strike to start game 5. Vincennes spare strike. Oh, look at the messenger go across and take out the 10 pin for St. Ambrose. That's double. Wiggles to 7. But Vincennes does not get the strike. Our women's pair underway now. Kutztown started things off with a strike. And Robert Morris is still waiting to throw their first shot. There's a double for Kutztown.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our Yes Fund partners. The Yes Fund, a part of the reason we're able to bring you all of the action that we do in collegiate bowling and other youth sports. The companies that have stepped up as our founding partners, want to give them special recognition. Those companies are Brunswick, 900 Global, Storm, Rotogrip, Columbia 300, Track, Hammer, Ebonite, and North Point Insurance, as well as Cubica AMF. Thank you very much to our Yes Fund partners. Their support of the future of bowling, much appreciated and critical to everything that we're doing at USBC and the International Bowling Campus.
Question in our chat, what's the format for today? Worth repeating for those of you who are just tuning in. It is 24 games of Baker qualifying. And then we will go into the double elimination Baker match play bracket. 2 rounds of matches this afternoon, starting at around 4:30 p.m. Central Time. And then Baker match play all day tomorrow. Robert Morris women's team on lane 15. Right there. 3-6 in the second frame. Let's talk a little bit about the St. Ambrose Fighting Bees. They're from Davenport, Iowa, coached by Donna Lawrence. They finished third at the Fairview Heights sectional, and they're ranked number 15 in the country. Third-year program, making their first ITC appearance. And Kyle Anderson, freshman on the team, picked up a pair of individual titles and a 203.3 average this season. Junior Brian Thompson had the high average on the team at 207. The Fighting Bees making their debut here at the ITCs. I don't know about you, Jason, but I'm awfully scared of Fighting Bees.
Yeah, I don't want to run into a Fighting Bee.
Heard of Killer Bees. You know, maybe they should rename themselves the Killer Bees, but that might be a little bit over the top.
You're going to want to check out Kyle Anderson. We'll try and get a shot at him when he's up. Terrific player, USBC star tomorrow. Great student athlete, really excels in the classroom as well, and has a really interesting style. It's fun to watch him because for anyone out there that's ever been told their style needs to change or they need to be conventional, he is definitely an example of how doing things a little bit differently can still be successful in our sport. So we'll take a look at him.
It's a little awkward, and you really wouldn't pick him out if you saw people bowling in a bowling center as being a top-tier player just based on his style, but he's very, very talented. He's a very good player.
A lot of people's first reaction is that they say that and they think, well, that can't work, but he makes it work really well.
We're in our fifth game of 24 here at ITC qualifying. There's a double. Alejandro Mora, the Colombian, for Robert Morris with the strike for the double. Let's talk about Vincennes a little bit here, Jason, the Trailblazers. Gary Sparks is their coach. He's been the coach at Vincennes for 21 years. They finished third at the Smyrna Regional. And they have a ranking of number 31 coming in. So that's, they kind of out-punted their coverage, as you might say. They're a little overachieving in the postseason here. Only 16 teams advanced to the postseason, and they're ranked number 31 in the country. They won the national title in 1983. And their first time here at the ITC since 2009.
Yeah, Gary Sparks, not only respected as a coach, but as a scholar. Really a well-known name, voice, and mind in the bowling industry. Great to see Vincennes back.
Kutztown putting together a nice game here. They went strike, 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 9 spare, 9 spare, 4-bagger. You can get to 268 if they strike out here in the 10th. Gets the first one. It's 5 in a row for the Golden Bears. Oh, Kyle Anderson. Jason's pointing at me. He's like, hey, talk about him. Kyle Anderson's up for St. Ambrose. There's a look at the style of Kyle, and you can see it works pretty well.
Very
He gets the strike.
interesting timing. The lefty gets the job done. We'll be able to see him even a little bit better camera shot when they switch on over to lane 17. Back over to Robert Morris women.
So game 5 coming to an end here. 182 for Vincennes. St. Ambrose will shoot 167 with the strike as you take a look at the scoreboard.
Scoreboard on the women's side.
Kutztown, 253. Nice game for them.
Women putting up some good numbers.
Yeah, and Robert Morris can strike out in the 9th and the 10th. 232. Just got some interesting news on my email, Jason. The World Cup has just announced its location for this year, which will be of particular interest to our Team USA Trials champions, Marshall Kent and Danielle McEwen. It's going to be in Poland.
Wow.
Yeah. And I know that if I try to say the name of the city, I'll get it wrong, but it's Wrocław. Looks like Wrocław, but it's not how you say it. I know that much. So that'll be an interesting trip for a couple of our college bowlers later on this year.
That was a new addition for Team USA Trials this last year. The winners of Team USA Trials on the men's and women's side received automatic selections to represent the United States in the World Cup. Just another reason to think about bowling team trials. Team trials has interestingly really turned into, Lucas, a very collegiate or recent college grad heavy event. And it's been great to see how many more young bowlers have taken it's now overlaps with a lot of the winter breaks. Trials held in early January now and has been traditionally out in Las Vegas, so chance to go out and see some friends from college and compete and potentially be part of Team USA and Junior Team USA.
And what a cool prize to get to go to Poland to bowl for your country.
Wow, yeah,
that's pretty awesome.
That's a once in a lifetime. I mean, the trophies are great, scholarships are great, prize money is great, but experience like that.
And the World Cup, it's going to be in Poland November 24th to December 2nd. And I've been to, I think, 4 or 5 World Cups. Great tournament, great people. And Marshall and Danielle will have a lot of fun out there. Give you some men's standings after 5 games in just a second here. Wichita State 1141, Lindenwood 1079, William Patterson 1067. 2 teams have already finished game 6. Midlands at 1311 and Toledo at 1149.
How about that? Nice conversion.
Although, he fouled.
Well, that takes some of the luster off it.
Nicely done, but unfortunately, you'll get no soup for you.
Only style points.
Yeah. They're not arguing the fact that it was marked as a foul either, so it must have been a legit foul. We're in game 6 of 24 here at the ITC qualifying. Spare in the 8th for Vincennes. They have 98 in the 7th frame, so a bit of a struggle here for Vincennes this game. Ten-pin attempt here coming up for St. Ambrose. Covers it up in the 8th frame. Take a look at the scoreboard. 146 for Vincennes up on the top line, and St. Ambrose on the bottom line. They still have the 9th and the 10th to go. It can max out at 191 this game. Split here is a 3-4-6-10 for St. Ambrose in the 9th. Has a chance. Hooked a little bit too much in the back end. And it is an open frame, 136 in the 9th frame for St. Ambrose. On the women's side, Kutztown is in the 10th frame and can max out at 209 this game if they can get one more strike here in the 10th frame. Robert Morris still working in the 8th. Anderson with a strike in the 10th. Strike in the 9th for Robert Morris. Messenger comes across in front of the 10 pin. Look at the scoreboard there, 146 for Vincennes, 166 for St. Ambrose in Game 6. $170 for Robert Morris, 208 for Kutztown. We're going to take a commercial break here and be back in just a couple of minutes as we are between games here at the ITCs.
This live event is brought to you in part by the YES Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The YES Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the YES Fund, contact Chad Murphy at the Bowling Proprietors Association of America.
I think the decision to bowl sport more came out of watching house patterns, watching the averages go up, the scores go up, seeing that some guys got 11 in a row and there's not a crowd watching anymore. No one really cares. And I just decided, this isn't bowling. This isn't what it was when I was a kid. You start to realize on a house shot, you throw a bad shot and it carries, and you're realizing I'm not getting penalized and I should be. And sport shots came along, and that was really the opportunity to see, where am I? How good am I? How bad am I? What do I need to work on?
It can be frustrating when you first start, when you're going from the house pattern to a sport condition. What would you say to somebody who's just getting started in it? I mean, it can be tough to hang in there.
I think really you just try to say, it's different, understand that it's different, learn from it, realize that it's teaching you where you need to improve.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Welcome back to Lincoln and the USBC Intercollegiate Team Championships. We're cranking it back up again now on our featured pair.
Fourth frame of Game 7 for St. Ambrose. And that's a double, strike spare double for the Fighting Bees. Vincennes double 9 spare 9 so far to start Game 7. Kyle Anderson, 3 strikes in a row for the Bees.
Back over to our women's featured pair. Fifth frame for Robert Morris, looking for a double. Cuts down, same situation, also trying to double in the fifth. spare for Kutztown in the 5th. Chopped spare for the Eagles. Well, if team bowling is your thing, even if you're out of college or not in college, USBC has plenty of opportunities for you. Registration is open for next year's USBC Open and Women's Championships, and you can reserve your spots in real time online. And just visit their respective pages. You can find it all by going to clicking on the tournaments tab at bowl.com. Both events will be in Reno, Nevada next year. Open Championships at the National Bowling Stadium and the Women's Championships at a specially constructed arena. We invite everyone to check out the available team slot spots. Many available. Great time to put together a new team. Perhaps you've got men and women in your league that would all like to go as part of one big group, and that can all be arranged with the schedule using the new online reservation system. Once again, USBC Open and Women's Championships next year in Reno, Nevada. We'd love to see you join us and be part of that great event. And for the younger bowlers out there, the USBC Youth Open Championships will be rolling into Indianapolis this summer. And it is not too late to be a part of that. Once again, information on all of USBC's tournaments can be found at our home, bowl.com. And we'd really love to see you join us for one of our championships.
Kutztown in the 8th frame, 9-pin. Struggling a bit this game, only 90 in the 6th, and it'll be 110 in the 7th if she can make the spare. Wichita State men at 15-29 after 7 games. Midland hot on their heels at 15-22. Some of the men's teams already done with Game 7. We're still in the 8th frame here in Game 7 on our featured pair. See if we can give you an update on the women's standings here in a moment. I think all of the teams are in Game 7 on the women's side currently. Wichita State in the lead at 13-35. Pikeville 11-86, McKendree 11-77, Kutztown 11-77, and Midland 11-48 on the women's side after 6 games. Good idea who's going to be coming up on the featured pair for the next set. For the men, it will be RIT and Kansas. And for the women, we will have Wichita State and Maryland Eastern Shore. So that'll be for games 9, 10, 11, and 12. We're in Game 7 right now, so another game after this one for these teams on our featured pairs. Will politely ask that you please watch your language in our chat. Consider that a warning. For those of you who are just tuning in, the The way the competition works is 24 games of qualifying this morning. We're in game 7 right now. It's all Baker competition. And then we will be seeding the teams for the bracket. And that will begin this afternoon, about 4:30 p.m. Central Time. Oh, another missed 7-point. 214 for St. Ambrose. Vincennes entering the 10th here can strike out for 198. Again, please watch your language in the chat. We just had a person get banned from our chat because of the bad language, so don't be the next victim. Please police yourself.
And when I have to take the time to ban someone, I'm not switching cameras. That makes me angry.
Exactly. It's a waste of all of our time. 147 for Kutztown, so they had a real bad game 7 here. I see John Lucido out getting more exercise out there, chasing more dead wood. He's so busy doing that.
Keep him in good shape.
That's gotta get old after a while, I would think. I didn't count how many times he went out there during the singles on Tuesday, but it was a lot. Final shot here in game 7. 188 for Vincennes. Robert Morris up in the 10th, trying to get a double.
Good looking shot.
Yeah, Alejandro Mora with the double in the 10th frame. Went back-to-back opens heading into the 10th, so they're only going to shoot 160 with a strike on the fill. You can see the scoreboard there.
Take a look at the scoreboard on the women's side.
And 147 for Kutztown and potential 160 for Robert Morris. Don't forget match play coming up this afternoon, 4:30 p.m. Central Time. Don't miss it. It's going to be pretty exciting. Double elimination, best of 7 matches. It's always the best part of the ITCs, in my opinion, is the match play portion of the tournament. Like all of the teams have finished 7 games now on the men's side. As soon as the standings rotate through on the men's side, I'll be able to tell you the leaders. Midland has 8 games at 1765. Wichita State after 7 games, 1529. Toledo after 8 games, 1512. Lindenwood after 7 games, 15:08. William Patterson after 7, 14:89. See, we got a real winner watching today. Saw that comment. It's nice. We got a request in the chat to show more women's bowling, but I know you just go back and forth between the two pairs, so try to keep it pretty equal between the men and the women.
What we try to do is we try to show first balls on for each team. It doesn't always match up with one lane courtesy, but that's generally what we do, is give the benefit of the doubt that most of the makeable spares will be taken care of, and then give you an update on the scores from time to time.
Game 8 in progress on our women's pair. That's Kutztown on the left, and joined by Robert Morris on our women's pair. Pretty sure Kyle Anderson liked that one off his hand. That's a 4-bagger for St. Ambrose. Spare and 4 consecutive strikes. Excuse me. More questions about who's coming up next on the featured pair. For the women, it'll be Wichita State and Maryland. That'll be after this game. And again, for the men, it will be RIT, so Rochester Tech. And number 16, that's Kansas, coming up next. Third frame for the Eagles. And that one goes through the face, leaves the 3-6-9-10. Robert Morris swimming, getting a little coaching from Chris Bartle. He's been helping out the team this season. He's a former collegiate player at Robert Morris. Such a difficult spare, that 3-6-9-10, especially on a sport pattern. Not the spare you want to be staring at. See if I can get an update on the women's standings. Wichita State still in the lead, 15-16 after 7 games. Pikeville at 13-90. McKendree 13-58. Pittstown at 13-24, Midland at 13-14 after 7 games. I'm sure they're keeping those standings up to date on bowl.com as well. Jonathan Stone in our chat says, great job on the live stream, Lucas. Well, I can't take all the credit. I'm just sitting here talking. Jason's doing most of the work. It's nice when we have an extra person here. Jason can help out with moving the cameras. He's an expert at using both the keyboard, the mouse, the camera. He's got it all going on over there. I don't know how you do it, Jason. It's a lot of multitasking at once. My head kind of explodes if I try to do all that at the same time.
We like to try to. Lucas is often all on his own, but for a big event like the ITCs, a little extra help, try and enhance the coverage, be able to give you looks at not only the wall as it's on the approach, but also from the pin deck. You can really see the action as it goes through, and we also have a couple of cameras on the scoreboards to, well, they're a little bit hard to read, hopefully allow you to follow the action. That's the boys scoreboard you're looking at right now. St. Ambrose on the top, Vincennes down on the lower side. Swing over to the women's scoreboard. Cuts down on the top, Robert Morris down below. And then back to the action.
And Jason, I hate to interrupt, but we have a very important question for you. John Janowitz, Team USA member, has stopped by with cupcakes and wants to know if you'd like one. He has a maple bacon cupcake that's amazing. It's like a pancake and bacon mixed together in a cupcake.
I'm not sure that cupcake and bacon
you should try it.
Go together.
I think I'm going to give you one. I think you got to try it.
Well, it's an intriguing idea, although I've heard some say that bacon goes with everything.
It does. These are amazing, and John Janowitz is the man. He's like the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus all wrapped up into one.
Wow, John Janowitz from Kegel.
The benefits of live streaming. John bringing us cupcakes. Hope Danielle's not watching, otherwise I'll be in some trouble for eating cupcakes. Uh-oh, Jason's trying to get a shot. Let me help you here.
No, I don't want to distract from what's at hand, which is the bowling is the importance.
And St. Ambrose having a big game here. Got 4 in a row and can fill it up for 229. You can see there on the scoreboard. And Vincennes can shoot 203.
Strike for cuts down. That's 3 in a row for them.
Kutztown finishing off strongly here. It's 4 in a row for them. Robert Morris in the 9th with the strike. Kutztown looking for 5 in a row. They can max out at 210 this game. Fill ball coming up here for Kutztown. Nice finish to this game. They kind of saved it. 7 on the fill, so they shoot 207. That was 6 frames into that game. It was on pace to be a disaster. And they managed to throw a 5-bagger to claw out a 207.
Tenth frame for Robert Morris. New teams up and going on the men's feature pair.
Yeah, Rochester Tech and Kansas coming in for games 9 through 12. Fill ball coming up here for Robert Morris. Strike for 174. Take a quick break. We'll be back in just a minute here with continuation of Game 9 on our featured pairs.
The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, contact Chad Murphy at the Bowling Proprietors Association of America.
Stay way. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
And we're back now with our 9th game, Rochester Tech and Kansas on the men's side. Still waiting for the women to get started. It's going to be Maryland Eastern Shore and Wichita State for the women. Again, there will 24 games today, and we're in game 9 right now. Wichita State leads the men's side. Midland second. Lindenwood third, Moorhead State fourth, and William Patterson fifth, it looks like. Some of them bowling faster than others. In fact, some of the men's teams already have completed the 9th game. And we're just in the 5th frame of game 9 right now. How about the hairdo there on Rochester Tech, Jason?
Yes,
it's the
reverse mohawk.
It's the anti-Lucas Honstein.
Yes.
Honstein from Pikeville. He had the mohawk going yesterday, but this is a kind of a reverse mohawk.
Our defending champs.
Yep. 2-time NCAA champions. They just won the NCAA title just a week ago on national television in Cleveland. Maryland Eastern Shore. RIT trying to get pumped up out there. Teams always try to get a little pumped up when they're on the live stream pairs.
We had Kyle Anderson, one of our stars of tomorrow this year, and there's the other one, Megan Buja from Rockford, Illinois.
I like Megan a lot. She's really cool. Very nice, down to earth. Good bowler, too.
Megan will be honored at the USBC convention next week for being the star of tomorrow.
That should be live streamed, too, right?
Yes. Yes, so you'll get to hear Megan and Kyle's speech.
Should be
given
nice.
to the convention, so.
Yeah, you can check our live stream schedule for what's coming up. Bowl.com/livestream. That's where you can find our upcoming schedule of live events. Angie Ramirez with the strike, and Maryland Eastern Shore has the front 3 this game. Tough break there for RIT. Leaves the 9-pin on a double. Junior Team USA member, Kelsey Muther from Wichita State. Baby split for Maryland Eastern Shore in the 4th, so that'll end the run of strikes. They had 3 in a row before that one. Open frame for UMES. Stingy 7-pin for Rochester Tech. Oh, alley eye jams for a little strike there for Wichita State. Let's talk a little bit about the Rochester Institute of Technology men's team, the Tigers, coached by Brad Buckert from Rochester, New York. Ranked number 12 in the country in the team ranking system. No national titles. They're competing in the ITC for the 7th overall time, and they first made it to nationals in 1975, which is the first year of the tournament. They won the Shippensburg Classic and the Big Red Invitational this season, and Kyle Keegan leads the team with a 206.4 average. It's Rochester Tech. Talked a little bit about Maryland Eastern Shore already, but they're located in Princess Anne, Maryland. It's about 2 hours from Baltimore. Christina Fromm is the coach. She took over at the halfway point of the season when Sharon Bromell resigned to take another job at Georgetown. There's a look at Christina. They finished second in the Allentown sectional, and they are ranked number 14 in the team ranking system. Of course, one national title coming last year for Maryland Eastern Shore. For the Kansas men, of course, Kansas not too far from here. Lawrence, Kansas, just a short drive away. Coached by Burton Jetford. In his second season, Jayhawks finished 4th at the Euless sectional. Come in with a ranking of number 19 in the country, and of course they won the national title in 2004. And this is their first time at the ITCs, but it's their second consecutive time, but they hadn't made it prior to last year in 5 years. And 3 of their players all averaged 201 this season: Kyle Turner, Matt Washford, and Justin Thompson. So they had a very consistent top 3, and each one of those 3 had a top 5 individual finish this year. And Jazriel Tan up there shooting the 10-pin, our player of the year in college bowling for the second consecutive season. She's a junior at Wichita State. She has been a first-team All-American all 3 of her seasons in college bowling. A very nice accomplishment for Jazriel Tan. The Shockers, coached by Mark Lewis, who's in his 23rd season. They finished first at the Euless Regional, and they are ranked number 2 in the country. 9 national titles for the Shockers. Tanya Ramanpur of Indonesia, one of 2 Asian stars on the Wichita State squad this season, along with Jazriel, who's from Singapore.
Tenth frame for the men's pair. We can take a look at their scoreboard.
It's going to be 193 for RIT with a strike on the fill. The split in the 9th kind of derailed them a little bit. It's their only open frame. Kansas can strike on the fill for 197. Question in our chat: is there any way to see the roster for the teams? There is. If you go to bowl.com/ITC, that's bowl.com/ITC, you'll see the little boxes on the page. Click on the information box, and you'll find the link for the championship program. And within that program, all the rosters for each one of the teams is located in that spot. So bowl.com/ITC, and look for information. I know we got a lot of folks who want to plan for the rest of their qualifying coverage here. And let's see if we're going to have on the featured pairs the rest of the day. Coming up in the next round of 4 games on the men's side, it will be Calumet and Midland. And that'll be followed by Notre Dame of Ohio and Lindenwood. And our 6th round will be a position round, so it'll be the top 2 teams. On the women's side, coming up for our 4th round of matches, it will be Stephen F. Austin and Pikeville. Round 5 will be Newman and West Texas A&M. And of course, a position round for the women in round 6, and we'll have the top 2 teams in the standings for the women as well. So certainly apologize if your team has not made it on to the live stream and won't make it on to the live stream, but there's still hope. We've got bracket play, and depending on where they end up in the bracket, they could end up on the live stream this afternoon or tomorrow. And of course, the more your team wins in bracket play, the more likely it is we'll see them on the live stream, because when we get down to only a handful of teams left, we're able to show a lot more action. Kelly I-jams with a missed single pin there in the 8th frame for Wichita State. You don't see Wichita State miss very many makeable spares. The Wichita State men averaging 222.7 on the day. After 10 games, they're 2,227. So Wichita State men are bowling very well thus far here today. Tia Falbo from Maryland Eastern Shore, both great on television for the Hawks in the NCAA championship. She made some pretty clutch shots in their win against Fairleigh Dickinson. Nice shot there by Falbo on the fill. 197 for Maryland Eastern Shore in game 9. Look at the scoreboard. Couple of opens.
Conversion for Wichita on the night.
Yeah, a couple of opens for Maryland Eastern Shore. Splits in the 4th and the 7th frames. So kept them from shooting 200. Wichita State, the missed single pin in the 8th. The only real blemish on the scoreboard. They can only max out at 197. We're in game 10 on the men's featured pair, 4th frame of game 10. The women are in game number 9. Question in our chat, will there be a break anywhere during qualifying? No, the 24 games go straight through, and then there's a break before we get started with match play. It's probably going to be about a 2-hour break between the end of qualifying and the start of match play. Match play scheduled to get underway at about 4:30 Central Time this afternoon. 4:30 will be practice. 4:45 will be the first shot of competition. Although I think we got underway about 15 minutes early with the qualifying this morning, so that'll give us a little bit of an extended break this afternoon. If you weren't watching, Tuesday, the Intercollegiate Singles Championships took place, and we made it down to our semifinals, and the semifinalists are going to bowl on national television. That's going to be taped on Saturday, the same day we're taping the ITC shows. So congratulations to the 4 women's finalists, the Jazriel Tan from Wichita State, Elise Bolton from Nebraska, Katie Zwiffelhofer from Wisconsin Whitewater, and Georgia Drews from Newman. And the men's side, Lucas Hunstein from Pikeville, Joe Steiner from Midland, Anthony Fiorenzo from Calumet, and Jeffrey Young from Wichita State were the advancers on the men's side. You can watch our coverage on Tuesday. Pulled a clip from the final match of the day, Anthony Fiorenzo versus Marcelo Swartz, and put it on YouTube, so you can check out the highlight on our Bowl TV YouTube channel if you want to. I think last time I checked, it had over 4,500 views. Pretty good in just a couple of days. I know all the Calumet guys were real excited about that because it was kind of a rivalry game for them. They try to develop a little rivalry with Weber International. They bowled them at the NAIA for the title, and Weber came out on top in that one, but Calumet comes out on top on Tuesday in the singles semifinal. In the singles final, I should say. 7th frame for RIT. We were 4-pin. 111 in the 6th for them. 113 in the 6th for Kansas.
And Lucas, you had mentioned the singles finalists. That event, the finals, will be broadcast on national television for the first time. Talked about it a little bit, but worth talking about again. Be sure to mark your calendars every Friday in May, 10 p.m. Eastern Time on the CBS Sports Network.
Yeah, May 4th and May 11th. I think May 4th is the women's singles show, and May 11th is the men's singles show. And then the 18th and the 25th will be the team shows.
So a lot of great collegiate bowling on television. Be sure to share that info with everyone in your social network. USBC and the Yes Fund is excited to be able to bring you exciting college bowling on television. For everybody that's watching that might have young bowlers in the household, perhaps those in the bumper range, USBC has a new membership for you. It's called the Roll and Grow. Chance to get kids started with membership, awards, different things to make the leagues fun. Also offering a jersey as an option as part of those new leagues is USBC's Roll and Grow membership. Be sure to ask your center manager or association about USBC Youth's Roll and Grow membership.
Am I eligible for that, Jason?
Well, no.
I'm a little too old. But I want a jersey. Sounds like a nice thing. I bet a lot of the kids like that. I've seen the kids wear. I've seen youth bowlers out wearing jerseys just around town before in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They take pride in those jerseys that they get.
The youth jerseys have been a popular addition to USBC membership and a great reason to make sure that leagues are USBC certified. Of course, have a real average and be able to get started participating in tournaments. USBC, nice spare conversion there for UMES.
That was a 3-6-7-10 split.
Well, that Roll and Grow membership is really designed to kind of get kids introduced to things, try and build a love for bowling when a lot of kids get exposed to it just in birthday parties, and
yeah, who knows? They could end up here.
But you never know where it's going to start. How many stories have we heard from great collegiate bowlers that have said, I just picked up the ball and started giving it a try as a kid, and it was just my thing.
Exactly. That's what happened to me. The reason I started bowling is because somebody asked me to bowl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't be here today. A lot of folks asking who's going to be coming up on the live stream pairs. The rest of the qualifying. We're in game 10 right now, so these teams will be on for the rest of this game and then game 11 as well, and then we'll have some new teams coming in. On the women's side, it'll be Stephen F. Austin and Pikeville for round 4, and then round 5 for the women will be Newman and West Texas A&M, looks like. And for the men, round 4 will be Fresno State and Midland. And round 5 will be Lindenwood.
10th frame here for the
Notre Dame.
For the men. 199 max for RIT, 190 for Kansas. And RIT striking the fill.
If I got those wrong earlier, I apologize. Sometimes it's hard to read these lane rotation schedules. But it looks like coming up next, Fresno and Midland for the men. And for the women, Stephen F. Austin and Pikeville. Wichita looking for their 3rd consecutive strike here in the 7th frame. Kelsey gets it done. 3 in a row for the Shockers. Eastern Shore with a strike in the 7th. 114 in the 6th frame for Maryland Eastern Shore, strike in the 7th. Again, match play will get underway this afternoon, 4:30 p.m. Central Time. 2 rounds of matches this evening.
That's where the excitement really begins.
Four in a row for the Shockers. Didn't see it, but Allie Ijams threw a great shot for the 4-bagger. Should be able to give you some men's standings here in just a moment. Looks like everybody has completed 10 games. Wichita State in the lead at 22-27. Midland in second, 22-09. Lindenwood third, 20-59. Moorhead State in fourth at 20-34. Fresno State is fifth at 20-14. Your next 5, Toledo, William Patterson, Kansas, Robert Morris, and RIT in 10th. The bottom 6, St. Ambrose, Wright State, Notre Dame, Weber, Calumet, and Vincennes. I think the surprise there is Weber only in 14th place after 10 games. Another strike for the Shockers. That's 5 in a row. They celebrate.
Uh-oh, somebody needs to check their counting. Excessive celebration penalty. Or maybe just predicting Jazreel's next shot.
Yeah, it could be. I think it was Tanya that messed that one up. That was funny. We should probably go back and watch that and laugh at herself. See if Jazzy can make it 6 in a row. Oh, the 9 gets wiggled, doesn't go down. Kansas working on a double after an open frame in the first here in game 11. Oh, got a whole mess of them out of there with the
fortunate leave there.
Yeah, just left the 3-pin. Very lucky. That you don't want to be shooting a 3, 6, 9, 10. Much rather just shoot the 3. It's way easier.
10th frame over here on the women's side. We'll take a look at the scoreboard after this ball.
Tania Falbo, just like we saw her do on TV. Wichita's put in a sub for the fill ball here. They're going to shoot in the 220s. A strike for 227. Scoreboard look, 227 for the Shockers. 227 and they had it open. So that tells you how good they bowled in the back half of that game. And Maryland Eastern Shore can strike out for 211. A lot of folks tweeting at me on Twitter this morning. Adam Johnson cheering for the Lady Bearcats. Bree Clem, Morehead State fan. Emily, another Morehead State fan. Thanks everybody for tweeting at me. You can follow USBC on Twitter at USBC, twitter.com/USBC.
Glad to see Adam in the chat. Always enjoy seeing him on the live stream. Fiery competitor.
Fourth frame spare attempt here for RIT. So we have in the 5th frame of game 11 on the men's pair.
Fill ball for Maryland Eastern Shore.
They bring in the sub. 209 for UMES. Teams will flip and bowl 2 more games here on our featured pair. Double for Kansas. Yeah. That's a nice strike there by the reverse Mohawk.
How about that?
How about that? The good news with that is you can just shave the rest of it off and not look too bad.
Not that it looks bad now. We're not judging.
Just might want to. We can wait, or you should wait for it to grow in again.
No, we report. You decide.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope we're not Fox News.
No. Nice thing about bowling.
That's right.
Apolitical.
Most of the time it is. That's true.
Well, we hope you'll join us for more of our coverage of live action on Bowl TV. We've got the USBC Queens coming up on Sunday. The best women in the country compete for a title.
Queens, one of my favorite events of the year. Should be exciting.
And it makes for some great live streaming action when we get to the match play there.
And we're going to give away some bowling balls during the Queens broadcast too. 4 Storm bowling balls will be given away, so be sure to tune in for that. Another reason, not that you needed another reason to tune in, but a little more incentive.
Always something interesting in the Queens. Often surprises, Cinderella stories. So we're definitely looking forward to seeing what the storyline will be this year. Now, many of these players have cut their teeth in USBC's Junior Gold program. Junior Gold now something that any youth bowler can join and then get a chance to enter qualifiers for a chance to be part of the North Point Junior Gold Championships. The North Point Junior Gold Championships, held in conjunction with the USBC Youth Open Championships, will be this summer in Indianapolis. Bowl TV will be there to bring you live coverage of the North Point Junior Gold Championships. It's a terrific thing to be a part of. If you have a young bowler in your family, Junior Gold membership is a must. And perhaps being an advancer for the Junior Gold Championships might be in the cards too. If not, there's still time to sign up for the Youth Open Championships. You can find out more about all of these events by visiting bowl.com.
So 9th frame strike there for Kansas.
How much do you think, Lucas, that having experience at Junior Gold and or experience in college, feed off one another? We see so often the great players at Junior Gold translate into great players at the college level too.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times the college players tend to do the best at Junior Gold. So it's this experience at the college level that can really translate into some success at Junior Gold, and also at the other way around. Some of the Junior Gold players get a lot of really test themselves on some tough patterns at Junior Gold, and that helps to develop them as a player for college bowling. And also, it's a good opportunity for the junior bowlers to get seen by coaches, because a lot of coaches go to Junior Gold to watch the competition.
Junior Gold is a big recruiting
area, yeah,
or scouting, as the case may be, venue. So it's another really important reason that if you're going to be serious about bowling in college, Junior Gold really something to be a part of. Also, just other nice things, the Gold Approach newsletter that gives sort of more in-depth coaching tips and other benefits of membership. It's well worth it.
.166 for Kansas in game 11. RIT can strike out here in the 10th frame for 211. Look at the scoreboard. First one in the 10th for RIT. Jazzy with a strike in the 5th. That's 3 in a row for Wichita State, so they switch over to lane 16 and don't really lose a beat here. That's 4 in a row for RIT. So they get into the 200s in game 11. Women's standings, Wichita State in the lead, 21-17. And Midland's already finished 11 games. They're only at 20-74. William Penn has also finished 11 games. They're at 20-37. Should be able to find the standings, though, on bowl.com. bowl.com/ITC. RIT finished with 211, the back 5 on the men's pair. Tanya shooting the bucket for Wichita. Covers it up. Pretty excited there about that strike. That's funny.
We try not to play favorites one way or another, but it is kind of fun when you get a team on the featured pair that's really having a good time for the cameras.
Yeah, it's
Don't
cool
get carried away, but
yeah, exactly. You know, can't go over the top.
And a good coach will certainly discourage anything that breaks focus too much, but, you know, we're here to have fun. .245 for UMES. Comes on a double. Shannon O'Keefe is watching our broadcast. She just sent me a text that we're doing great. So thanks, Shannon, for watching. Well, for those of you that are looking for a Shannon O'Keefe fix, if you look at our recent videos on YouTube, you can see Shannon shoot 300 at the USBC Open Championships. Totally shocked that Shannon would bowl well in a tournament. I mean, that's very surprising to me. You can probably sense the sarcasm in my voice. Well, I expect big things from Shannon at the Queens this week. I think that she probably expects big things from herself at the Queens. Well, she's been working hard. Another example of how, really these women can compete with the men at many, many, many tournaments. On those USBC Open Championships, just one of them. Seen women not only shoot 300s but win eagles. Love to see more of these college students as they progress in their career, be part of the Open Championships, and of course, the women's side, the women's championships too. And there's no reason you can't do both.
On the men's side, after 11 games, Wichita State in the lead, Midland in second, Lindenwood in third.
RIT off to a really nice start this game. They got the front four.
Front four.
Let's see if the streak continues.
Yep. 5 in a row. Start game 12. Can they make it 6? Pulled it right through the face. Could tell off his hand that he yanked it. Maybe thinking a little too much about what his next celebration would be. I don't know.
Well, that is the thing about team competition. When you get on a roll, you know that everybody wants to keep it going and keep the energy alive. And
looks like it's going to be an open frame for them in the 6th after the good start. Our women's pair heading into the 10th frame here. Wichita State a chance to strike out for 230. Jezreel Tan up now in the 10th. So now Wichita State's max score 210. Maryland Eastern Shore having a rough go of it here. 3 opens in a row heading into the 10th. Only 138 in the 9th frame. There's a strike from Falbo, though.
Take a look at the scoreboard on the women's side. Here's what Lucas was describing. UMES on the top. Wichita State, lower portion of your screen. Spare for Jezreel.
Missed single pin. Got to make your spares, especially the easy ones. Double in the 10th for Falbo and UMES. And Wichita brings in the sub for the fill, trying to keep the lefty warmed up. And it's 2:08 for the Shockers. Praises coming in the chat for Tia Falbo from Maryland Eastern Shore. Bowler 300-8605 says that the UMES is the best of the nation, in my opinion, at clutch shots. She's insanely good. I would agree. She was really strong at the NCAA championships.
You know, we've seen it so often that throwing good shots in qualifying or throwing good shots when it's not all on the line can be 2 completely different things. Pressure bowling affects different players in different ways, and it is such a huge part of winning and losing here at the Intercollegiate Team Championships once it gets into match play.
166 for Maryland Eastern Shore as they head into game 12.
How often do we see it, Lucas, on the TV shows? You know, speaking of pressure, these teams have just been soaring high the entire event, and then the pressure of the lights come on, and wow, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've seen a 130 versus 120 game on TV at the ITC. It's just they get nervous.
That have been
you know?
lights out the entire week. It's just one of those things. Got to be able to overcome that. It's hard to do.
Especially hard in a team because it's not just an individual thing. You have to rely on the rest of your team to be strong.
And you get so few shots.
Yeah.
I mean, you're only doing a couple of frames a game, and so it's not like you can be rattled for a couple of shots and then get back into the groove. If that happens, there is no back into the groove.
And one player can't dominate either. Because when you make the show in the team competition, it's a best of 3. So the max you're going to bowl is 3 games, which means as a player, you get 2 frames a game. You bowl 6 frames on TV, that's it. Not a lot of room for error or margin for error in that situation. Spare to start off game 12 for Wichita State. Some questions in the chat about what the pattern is. It is a 40-foot sport pattern, light volume of oil. It's about a foot shorter than the pattern on Tuesday for the singles and about 5 mils lighter in volume.
No tap on the 10-pin for Megan Buja.
Nice shot there by Kelsey, leaves the 10-pin. RIT finishes game 12 with 213. That's their final game on our featured pair.
Kansas in the 10th.
192 is their max.
If you take a look at the scoreboard, Kansas on top, RIT down below.
Kansas had that split in the 9th frame. That really cost them, but otherwise was a pretty good game. And RIT with the little hiccups in the middle of the game in the 6th and 7th frames cost them. .191 for Kansas. Take a look at Angie Ramirez, who just left a washout from Maryland Eastern Shore.
So the men's featured pair wrapped up. The women in the 3rd frame. See what Ramirez can do with this washout. A rare 3 off the right. But a nice recovery. If you're just joining us, you're watching the 2012 USBC Intercollegiate Team Championships. We're live from Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm Jason Overstreet along with Lucas Wiseman. We'll be bringing you all the action up until when the television finals take place. And Volt TV will step away and we'll let our colleagues at CBS Sports Network take over. We'll have Dave Lamont and Chris Barnes calling the action for our telecast. You're likely familiar with them. They've been doing USBC bowling on TV for a few years now. And as we've been mentioning, the telecast will be airing on Fridays in May. 4 different shows, 2 team final shows and 2 singles final shows. The 10 p.m. Eastern Time every Friday in May on CBS Sports Network. Check your cable provider for the channel, and also find a link on bowl.com that'll take you to an application that'll give you the channel for CBS Sports Network in your area and on your provider. Used to be CBS College Sports, which was actually the home for the ITC telecast a few years ago.
Coming up next on the men's featured pair, it's going to be Fresno State and Midland. They're still moving over. We're in the 5th frame of game 12 on the women's side. Wichita State and Maryland Eastern Shore. Half a game to go on our featured pair. And then coming up for the next round on the featured pair for the women, it'll be Stephen F. Austin and Pikeville.
As we take a look at our player of the year, Jazriel Tan, an accomplished collegiate bowler, an accomplished international bowler. We talk about wanting people throwing shots when the pressure's on who have been there before. Jazriel Tan certainly brings that to the table for Wichita State.
Sixth frame now for Wichita. See if Tanya Ramenpur can double it up here for the Shockers. Gets it done. Back to back for Wichita State.
And an open for Paula Vilas in 6th frame. Another player with international experience.
I'll tell you what, she was real good on the NCAA show as well. She struck in the first frame of, I think, every game that they bowled in the championship match. Great leadoff bowler. Oh!
Fortunate break for Megan Buja there.
3-pin roll forward. Don't see that every day. It was not her best shot. Could have been a baby split, turned into a strike. Kelsey Muther trying to make it 3 in a row, needs some help. I think we've got some men's standings after 12 games coming up here in just a moment. Wichita State in the lead, 26-37. Midland at 25-62. Toledo up in 3rd place. Lindenwood 4th, Morehead State 5th. Robert Morrison 6th place, RIT 7th, Fresno State 8th place. It's after 12 games, and we're at the halfway point in the men's division.
3 in a row for UMES.
Yeah, they're rebounding nicely. High Jams with a strike for Wichita. So Maryland Eastern Shore can strike out here for 206. They only had 86 in the 6th. Then 3 in a row entering the 10th frame. Wichita State still a ball in the 9th frame as they can strike out for 229. That's way right. Oh my.
Wow, what a break.
She got lucky on that one. I didn't think it was going to hit the head.
Say, sometimes we talk about the Lucas Wiseman jinx, perhaps being on the featured pair is just the opposite for
it worked out well.
UMES. They've been getting all the breaks here. Well, men's featured pair underway, and we get to see the defending champs on the men's side. Fresno State Bulldogs. They are joined by Midland University. Take a look at the second shot in the 10th for Tania.
4-9 split. So they're going to be in the 190s. Midland is located not too far from here. They are in Fremont, Nebraska, which I think is like 50 or 60 miles from Lincoln. Jazzy in the 10th, working on a double. Crosses over.
Yeah, she didn't like that.
Nope.
Well, Fresno State last year had their backs against the wall. They appeared left for dead, down 3-1 to Wichita State, and came back to knock out the Shockers and punched their ticket to the TV show and carried that momentum on to the national championship.
And they beat Weber in the final to win the national title. Eastern Shore finished with 193 in game 12. Final shot coming up for Wichita State. They're going to put in a sub, it looks like. Holly Harris is going to come in, I believe. Midland, that's Joe Steiner. He's the one who advanced to the Intercollegiate Singles Show. And yeah, Holly Harris is in as a sub on the fill for Wichita State. Holly, a junior Team USA member. 204 for the Shockers. So we're at the halfway point of qualifying here at the ITCs. And 12 wrapped up for both the men and the women. So we're going to take a very quick break and back in just a couple of minutes here on Bowl TV, our continuing live coverage of the Intercollegiate Team Championships.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrip, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, contact Chad Murphy at the Bowling Proprietors Association of America.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Welcome back to the Intercollegiate Team Championships live from Lincoln, Nebraska. As we rejoin the action. I'm Jason Overstreet along with Lucas Wiseman here, bringing you the action. Have the match play portion coming up for you this afternoon. Once again on our featured men's pair right now, taking a look at Fresno State and Midland. Women's featured pair shut down for a moment as we wait the next couple of teams. See them momentarily. Glad to have you with us here on Bull TV, seen on YouTube, as well as Bull.com. Hope everyone has taken the time to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Definitely worth your time. You'll get an alert every time there's a new highlight video posted. So please go ahead, just hit that subscribe button. Last time I checked, we were approaching 5,000. Be great to pass on over that. Also, please follow or like us on Facebook and Twitter. USBC Facebook page. A great source of information, as well as just fun stuff. Just search for USBC on Facebook. Also, when we do events like this, we'll frequently read comments from our Facebook fans to see who it is that they are cheering for. Perhaps give a shout out from you on the air. To a friend or loved one. It will be with you live on Bull TV the rest of the day today and tomorrow as well. And as you saw in the promo, the finals move to CBS Sports Network. And then be sure to join us again on Sunday as Bull TV brings you live coverage of the USBC Queens. Finals of the Queens will be live on ESPN2. So this is a terrific stretch for bowling. Lots for you to watch. Good looking shot there from Midland. Already heading into the 10th frame here on the men's featured pairs. A look at the scoreboard. We've got Cal State Fresno on the top line and Midland on the lower line. 3 in a row for Midland, now looking for second shot in the 10th. Nice shot there. As Lucas mentioned, Midland not too far from here, and they have a good crowd on hand rooting for them. That's Greg Gearing shooting for Fresno State. If you watched last year's telecast, you're familiar with him. He really did some clutch bowling both on TV and leading up to the telecast, helping lead the Bulldogs to the national championship. So now both teams are going to sub for the fill ball, it appears. So 192 for Fresno, 221 for Midland. Here out of the gate on 17 and 18.
I believe all the women's teams are done with game 12 now, so we should be able to give an update on the standings. Yep, we're all done with 12, so let's take a look. In Wichita State in the lead at 25-29. Weber in second at 23-22. McKendree third. Midland fourth. Pikeville fifth. Maryland Eastern Shore in sixth place. Florida State seventh. Lindenwood eighth. William Penn ninth. Kutztown in 10th place on the women's side. And the bottom six in the women's division: Robert Morris, Newman, Wright State, Stephen F. Austin, West Texas A&M, and Calumet. That's after 12 games on the women's side. Men's standings after 13 games: Wichita State in the lead, Midland second, Toledo third, Lindenwood fourth, RIT in fifth place.
Underway over on the women's side now. On our featured pair, we've got Pikeville and Stephen F. Austin.
Stephen F. Austin, one of the NCAA schools that's competing here this week.
So NCAA and NAIA.
Yep.
Sharing this pair.
There's Ron Dameron. He was the coach of the year. Took a look at him. Ron was honored with the Coach of the Year honors by the National Collegiate Coaches Association last night at the banquet. There he is. I want to remind everybody that the match play will be coming up this afternoon, 4:30 p.m. Central Time is when we'll get started with practice for the first round of matches. And there'll be 2 rounds of match play tonight. So a handful of teams will be eliminated this evening. And match play will continue tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Central Time. So be sure to stick around with us throughout the day, today and tomorrow. No live streaming on Saturday due to TV. Then Sunday and Monday we will be in Arlington, Texas, or Euless, Texas, I should say, for live streaming of the USBC Queens. So be sure to tune in for that as well. You can find our complete live streaming schedule on bowl.com/livestream.
You mentioned that it was going to happen soon, and that was the first example I think I saw that Midland player of somebody being in front of the ball return. Players started deep and moved deep quickly.
Yeah, I figured they'd be in front of the ball return on this pattern. They still, and we're only a little more than halfway through the block, so they're already in front of the ball return. It's going to be an interesting last 10 games or so here. I haven't paid attention to where Joe Steiner is standing, but he'll give us a good indication of how deep the players are right now, because he's going to be up next for Midland.
Check back in with him in a moment. Back over to Pikeville women.
Yep, Brandy Hensley up. Fourth frame. Just went flat right in the gutter. Did not even tickle the 10. Andrew Koff checking in the chat. Andrew wants to know what the pattern is. It's a 40-foot sport pattern with light volume. I think it's 21 or 22 mils. Let's see if Steiner's, yep, Steiner's in front of the ball return. I kind of figured he would be. He would be one of the first ones to jump in there. And he's in front of the ball return. Leaves the 2-pin on that one.
Just another example of the versatility you need to be successful.
Yeah, Joe's a great bowler.
That is not the easiest adjustment to make.
Now, it can mess up your timing pretty bad to be in front of the ball return because you have to take less steps. You don't have as much space in normal bowling centers. You get somewhere like the Open Championships or the ITRC where the ball returns are off the approach, it's not as big a deal. In fact, it has no impact. You can go as deep as you want. But the ball returns kind of make it a little complicated. Pikeville with 3 in a row on the women's side. Split will end the momentum for Pikeville in the 8th.
You mentioned the pins will sometimes kick back here. Fortunate break there for Midland on the spare conversion.
Talk a little bit about Stephen F. Austin, the Lady Jacks from Nacogdoches, Texas, coached by Amber Lemke in her first season. Finished 4th at the Euless sectional, and they come into the tournament ranked number 45 in the team ranking system. It's a 3rd-year program. That's their first time here at the ITCs. And Nicole Parkhurst leads the way for them. She qualified for the intercollegiate singles, but got knocked out in the first round of match play. She leads the team with a 196.4 average. So that's Stephen F. Austin from Nacogdoches, Texas. I'm going to guess that not a lot of people have heard of Nacogdoches before, but I'm sure you have, Jason.
I have visited Nacogdoches.
It's in eastern Texas, right?
It's actually a very, very pretty part of the state. East Texas, gorgeous pine trees and lakes. I think you'll find in Texas that very different type of landscape depending on whether you're in the eastern or western part.
All of our junior Team USA members are texting me wanting to asking me questions. Jessica Ernest wants to know what's the format of the ITC. 24 games of qualifying, which is going on right now. We're in game 14 on the men's side, 13 on the women's side. And then the teams are seeded into the double elimination bracket, which will start this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. Central Time and go all the way through tomorrow night until we get through to the final two men's and final two women's teams for the TV show. And the TV show will be taped on Saturday and air. 4 games will be taped on Saturday and air on CBS Sports Network every Friday in May, starting May 4th at 10 p.m. Eastern Time.
Well, speaking of Team USA, right on cue.
Yep, Pikeville's Kim Eulis. She is a former Team USA, junior Team USA member. Double to the 10th here. First team All-American this season again. Fill ball there for Fresno. So they shoot 2:15, game 14.
Take a look at the scoreboard on the men's side. As Lucas mentioned, the 2:15 for Fresno on the top line. And Midland.
Clean game.
In the 10th frame.
Yeah.
That's a good, solid Baker game. Just haven't gotten into trouble, but
only one double.
Haven't quite been able to get on a roll either.
Yeah, one double and no opens. Yeah, well, spoke too soon, although arguably it's not an open if it happens on the fill. He did strike on the first shot. Midland will get to 200 if he can pick up a couple of pins here.
Take a look at our scoreboard here for our women's featured pair. Also 10th frame.
Yeah, they're a game behind.
Just concluded with a 2:02. Stephen F. Austin, fill ball ahead with a 179 max.
Had a couple of people tweet at me. Andy Henrik wants to know what the oil pattern is and how Notre Dame College is doing. Notre Dame College in 13th place after 13 games. And the pattern is 40 feet, 22 mils of oil, so it's light volume, medium sport pattern. And Mike Haberman Jr. also tweeted at me and said, "Let's go Willie P. Bring it home to New Jersey." So thanks for the.
Give you a look at our crowd here at Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska, and see there is not a seat to be had. The stands are full to watch the best college bowlers in the country. Hopefully your team will come to our featured pair soon or throughout match play. Maybe you can get a glimpse of someone you know.
Full house here of spectators, and we take up a little bit of space with our little live streaming platform and booth, but we represent another 459 people who are watching right now. So it's always good to have more people be able to watch the live streaming. We've got actually a TV set up behind us to make it easier for the fans who want to watch 15, 16, 17, and 18. They can watch Bowl TV as well, right here in the bowling center.
Yep.
Noticed quite a few fans standing back there watching earlier today.
Those of you that are watching at home arguably have the best seats in the house.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's one of the perks of doing a live streaming. We get to sit up here and see everything from a bird's eye view. That one's way wide for Fresno in the first.
Nice second frame shot for Pikeville.
It's game 14 for the women, game 15 for the men. So the women are running a game behind the men at this stage.
Be interesting to see as the condition breaks down what impact that has on the scoring pace, if any.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to keep
predict.
track. Yeah, it's hard to keep track with the scoring pace in the Baker competition. Might be able to give you an update on the men's side after 14 games. I think everybody just finished. Actually, some of them just finished 15. Game 15, Wichita State and Toledo, or Wright State and Toledo just finished game 15 already. Jeez, going quick. Let's take a look at the men's standings here. Yeah, Toledo after 15 games at 30-70, but they're not going to be in the lead. Wichita State after 14 at 30-25, followed by Midland, Lindenwood, and Morehead State. So Wichita State still the team to beat here on the men's side as they are in the lead. Don't forget to follow USBC on Twitter, twitter.com/USBC. You can tweet at USBC as well. Pete Treadwell keeps an eye on that. Might get a retweet, never know. You can also follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/USBC1 is where you can find us on there. And finally, you can subscribe to our channel here on YouTube. 4,692 subscribers on our channel. If you're not one of them, all you have to do is push the subscribe button just above the video you're watching right now, and you'll be alerted when we update our YouTube channel with new video features and completed live streams. Look at that. Nice looking strike there for Stephen F. Austin. Kyle King tweeted at me, wants to know if there's any Missouri teams bowling in the intercollegiate team. I don't think we have any teams from Missouri, Jason, in the field. Lindenwood's from Missouri? I'll say Charles, huh? Yeah, that would be it, I guess. Yeah, they're just outside St. Louis, aren't they? So the answer is yes. Lindenwood. Fresno's bowling a big game here in game 15 on the men's side. Midland's up right now in the 6th. It looks like Tyler Cruz up. Yep, Tyler Cruz, Junior Team USA member with the strike for Midland and the double. Fresno State spare 4-bagger to start game 15. This is the 6th frame. Fresno got another one. So they've got 6 in a row.
They're striking and they're bowling fast.
Yeah. Get into a little momentum going. You don't want to let it evaporate. You get up there and bowl quick when they get some strikes going. They're up now. Fresno in the 8th. Spare 6-bagger so far this game. Looks good. Wow, that's about as good a shot as you could throw right there. That was nice. 7-bagger. That'll make Chris Preble happy. There's Chris, Fresno State coach.
Chris is also up for a very prestigious national honor, nominated as the USOC Volunteer Coach of the Year, I believe is.
That's correct. That'd be a huge honor if he got that.
Competing against all USOC recognized sports, all the Olympic sports. And that's a nomination coming due to what he accomplished with Fresno State last year.
Yeah, that would be
the national championships.
Olympic sports and Pan American sports, and bowling is a Pan American sport, so that's why bowling is able to be up for the awards from the USOC. He's up against Jimmy Cuevas from Paralympic track and field and Tom Wega from rugby. Those are the two that he's taken on for the award, and that'll be announced a little bit later on this summer, June 19th. That will be announced whether he won or not. Also, USBC's Nick Bohannon is up for the Doc Councilman Science Award for the 2nd straight year. And I believe Mike Nitre actually won USOC award last year.
He did, one of USBC's gold coaches.
Yeah. I think he got developmental coach of the year last year.
Lives in Florida, won the award in part for some of the great work he's done for high school bowling out in the state of Florida.
Question on our chat, are the foul lights on? Yes, they certainly are. We've seen a couple of fouls today already. If you're looking for the current standings, you should be able to find them on bowl.com, bowl.com/ITC for all the information on the Intercollegiate Team Championships. Fresno State, Greg Gearing. He's also in front of the ball return, isn't he, Jason? The bucket there. Greg, second team All-American this season. 10th frame on our women's pair here in game 14. And Pikeville has one more shot coming up. It's a fill shot. Looks like they're putting in a sub. They can shoot 211. And Stephen F. Austin, their max score 165. Gearing shooting the bucket, and he makes it. So they're going to be in the 250s. It's a great game for Fresno State, as you can see there. 8 spare, followed by the 7 consecutive strikes, and then a couple of more spares. And a strike for 255 is what they can shoot here. And it's a great Baker game. Anytime you get up over in the 250s, you're doing something right. Midland can max out at 190 this game if they can get a couple of more in the 10th. Brian Valenta checking out in the chat, wants to wants to know, when are we going to see some lofting? It looks like time is right. I think we're going to see some lofting of the left gutter here before the end of the day on the guys' side. At least by some of the higher rev elite players are going to start getting pretty far left and have to loft it a little bit. Brian Valenta, no stranger to lofting the ball. He's a double-hander, and he's known for putting some air on the ball. So 2:55 was the final score for Fresno State. One more shot coming up from Midland. It looks like they may be putting in a sub. Stephen F. Austin, 164. Pikeville, 211. Final score of that game on the women's side.
Take this opportunity to just kind of take a look at the crowd and down the lanes. And
it's Billy Murphy, head coach of Newman. He helped the Newman women's team win their first team title in program history in a regular season this year. They had a good season on the women's side, and they're here. And he also coached Georgia Drews to the Intercollegiate Singles Finals. Look at all the teams across the bowling center. Questions in the chat. Who's going to be next on the featured pairs? Coming up for the men in round number 5, it will be Notre Dame College and Lindenwood. And for the women, it's going to be Newman and West Texas A&M. So folks asking about the rosters. You can find the rosters for all the teams on bowl.com/ITC. Bowl.com/ITC. Look for the information section. Click on that and you'll find a link to the championship program, which has a lot of information on all the teams. It's the same program that's being handed out here on site, with a few minor exceptions. Strike there for Midland in the second frame. Fresno State. A strike as well. That's a double for Fresno. Strikes in the second and the third. Another strike for Midland. It's back-to-back. Take a look at Stephen F. Austin. 4-9 goes down, but the 9 stays up. The 4 gave her a break there. Brandy Hensley for Pikeville in the fourth, looking for a double for the Bears. And she's got it. A very rare missed single pin there by Steiner for Midland. Split for Stephen F. Austin in the 5th frame. Pikeville has put together 3 strikes in a row. This is the 6th frame for the Bears. There's another one. Both men's teams are shooting single pins. Actually, it's not a single pin for Midland, it's double wood in the 5th. Open frame for Stephen F. Austin in the 5th. Fresno State, 6th frame of game number 16 here, our defending champions on our featured pair. Comes up light, leaves the bucket. Through the face from Midland. Tyler Cruz lucky. Well, not lucky on that one. Unlucky. Leaves the 6-7-10 split. Pikeville continuing to strike on the women's side. 5 in a row. Looking for number 6 right here. Got it. Another strike for Pikeville. That's a big one for Pikeville because that sends them into their 2 best players on the team on a 6-bagger. Brandy Hensley and Kim Eulis coming up for the 9th and the 10th frames. Seventh frame for Fresno. In front of the ball return. Gets the strike. Quickly over to Pikeville where they got another strike. We'll leave it over here for Pikeville for the 10th frame. Pikeville a chance. See if we can figure out the max score for you here. 268 would be their max if they can strike out. They're already over 200 this game, easily over 200. And here's Kim Eulis. Oh, a 10-pin. That'll end the string of strikes. That's 7. Thanks to everybody for watching our live coverage today of the Intercollegiate Team Championships qualifying round. Lucas Wiseman here with you at Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. Appreciate all the tweets that I've had sent my way. You can tweet at me at Lucas_Wiseman, at Lucas_Wiseman. Follow me on there, twitter.com/Lucas_Wiseman. You can also follow me on Facebook, facebook.com/LucasUSBC. Of course, USBC's on Twitter, twitter.com/USBC. Also on Facebook at facebook.com/USBC1. Got a special guest joining us here for a little bit. Brian O'Keefe stopping in.
Hi, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Keefe. How are you?
I'm doing just fine.
And Brian, you're here to talk about the bowling combine. I know you talked to the coaches last night at the coaches meeting about that, so that's kind of why you're in town this week. Talk a little bit about the bowling combine. I know that you already have a lot of folks who have signed up for the bowling combine this year.
Yeah, it's an event we're going to run this summer for the second time. Last year was our inaugural event, and it was well received. It went over great. And this year we already have a lot of interest and a lot of sign-ups from the kids and coaches to make their return back to the Arlington area and get their games evaluated in the most objective way that they can possibly.
Brian O'Keefe joining us. And what are some of the ways that you evaluate the players at the bowling combine?
Well, like I said, the game of bowling is usually all about score and how many pins you knock over, but there's a lot more that goes into it from a data standpoint where we track their versatility, their overall versatility of their release, of their ability to change ball speeds, their shot repeatability, how consistent they can be from shot to shot at hitting their target at different parts on the lane, as well as the launch angle and ball speed off their hands. So, and then most importantly, we track their spares as well. So, from a sports-specific standpoint, from strictly a bowling standpoint, we track lots of different things, and we collect a lot of data and rank the players on how they are doing comparatively to everybody else that's in the combine itself.
Brian O'Keefe joining us, talking about the bowling combine as we say goodbye to Fresno State and Midland on our men's featured pair. Stephen F. Austin and Pikeville still with one more game to go here on the featured pair. Pikeville with 2:47 here in game 15, and Stephen F. Austin only going to be in the 1:30s. So we had some success stories from the combine last year. Some folks who came out to bowl in the combine actually got picked up by a few colleges, right?
Yeah. We had quite a few, actually. It was great to see that, bringing them together, bringing the college coaches together. The great part about it was after the combine was done, we opened up a meeting room inside the IBC campus and allowed the coaches to kind of give their information about their universities and got the kids in there to talk to them and, spend a good half hour or so getting to know each other. And, anybody who was interested in a specific college could walk up to them and meet the coaches and just learn more about what their program's all about.
Brian O'Keefe talking about the bowling combine for college prospects. Brian, where can people get more information on the combine?
Oh, a couple different places. They can get information at bowlingitrc.com or also at bowl.com/combine. So a couple different ways for coaches and athletes to either register. We have a registration process going on right now until June 1st for the athletes, and coaches obviously can sign up whenever. We'd love all coaches out there. If you represent a university and you're interested in scoping out the new talent that's coming up over the next couple of years, we'd love to have you down in Arlington.
So we're here at Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. You're pretty familiar with Lincoln, huh?
I most certainly am. I've bowled league in this bowling center, or many tournaments in this bowling center for about a good 6 years of my life back. Man, it seems like just yesterday, but I was talking with people yesterday, pretty much over 15 years ago now.
Wow.
So.
That's quite a while.
Yeah, don't rub
I'm
it
sure
in,
that
Lucas.
the town has changed a little bit in that time, huh?
Yeah, one of my friends who I'm staying with here these couple of days, he drove me around to the south side of town, and there's absolutely, the town when I was here ended at a specific street, and it goes for about 3 miles now past where I ever remember it ending. So it was almost like I was in a new city. But it's definitely cool to be back here and see some old friends and old colleagues and old competitors from my bowling days here in the city. And yeah, it's definitely good to be back. Brings back good memories of my days here in Lincoln.
Brian O'Keefe joining us. He may be better known as the husband of Shannon O'Keefe, and Shannon bowled 300 at the Open Championships, and you guys bowled really well out there just, like a week or so ago, right?
Yeah, we got back Sunday night from Baton Rouge, and shockingly enough, my wife kind of carried the team like she seems to do every year, but we held our own as a team. We bowled a really, really big last game. We bowled 12:30 something, 12:35, 12:37, something like that. And we're in second place, so should end up with a good finish there. Maybe if luck has it, we can finish in the top 3 and get a watch or something good out of it, besides the cash prize at the end, obviously.
Yeah. And another one of your many long list of duties is you're an assistant coach for Team USA and also at the training center, the ITRC. Question in our chat, what sort of services does the ITRC offer for college teams or players who might be interested in training at the ITRC?
Yeah, we have individual pricing. College players, sport bowling members get discounts on it. That's all available on bowlingitrc.com. But also for collegiate teams, if you're interested in bringing your whole team down for a day of training, a half day of training, a couple days of training, we're definitely open for that as well. We do lots of different things when we have teams in town. We make manuals for them. We go over a lot of stuff in the classroom, not just on the lanes, because so much of today's game is about learning ball motion and reading your bowling ball as it goes down the lane. So we spend time in the classroom showing videos and just doing lots of things to help improve just improve the sport in general, but more specifically try and make the team work more cohesive as a unit and learn how to read each other's ball motion so that when you're bowling in the team competition, you don't get caught behind the moves and your team as a whole can stay ahead of what's going on.
And again, bowlingitrc.com for more information. I think there's probably contact information for you guys on there as well, phone number if you're interested in setting something up. And the ITRC, it's important to note, is not just for elite level bowlers. It's open to anybody who wants to come in, right?
Yeah, for sure. I have a pretty funny story. Last year, one of the coaches at the training center, Kim Terrell Kearney, happened to make the television show for the Queens event. And so she was on television, on live television on ESPN, and that took place at like 7 o'clock on a Tuesday night, let's say. And the next day, we had a phone call from a gentleman who just happened to be he lives in the Arlington area, brand new bowler. And he was like, you know what, I want to take a lesson from her. So he called up the next day and reserved a lesson with Kim. He had to get rental shoes and a bowling ball. He had never bowled before, but he thought it was great that she was on television. He always went and bowled with his family, but never took it seriously. And he thought, hey, what a better time to go out and get a lesson. So 100%, Lucas, you hit the nail on the head. We're not just for the elite. Obviously, we help the elite with Team USA and Women's Team USA and Junior Team USA, but we're also open to the public for anybody interested in improving their game or wanting to pick up the sport more competitively.
Brian O'Keefe is our guest here for a little bit during the broadcast as we watch Notre Dame College and Lindenwood on the men's side as they have come into our pair here. Lindenwood has started with a double. Notre Dame College strike 8-. Got quite a few Junior Team USA and members out here bowling. One of them we'll see Chris Vi for Notre Dame College, and you guys train with Junior Team USA and Team USA, and I think the camps are coming up pretty soon, right?
Yeah, the junior team's in a couple weeks. Marshall Kent, I just passed him in the concourse area and asked him if he was ready to come down to Texas, and he of course said he's been looking forward to it for a long time. But yeah, this pair has a couple one past Junior Team USA member that I know of, Daniel Spink on Lindenwood, and then obviously Chris Vi, who is a current member, a two-handed sensation that bowls for Notre Dame College.
Yeah, I think Chris's Twitter handle is two-handed phenom.
Yeah, I can see why. He throws a pretty powerful ball, like most two-handers.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see Chris in just a moment. I'm sure he's probably bowling in the number 5 spot for Notre Dame. But you never know in qualifying. Sometimes they mix things around. Lindenwood has taken the lead on the men's side. Wichita State second, Midland in third. That's after 16 games. Morehead State fourth and Toledo in 5th place. So Lindenwood in the lead now after 16 games here at the ITC qualifying. And Brian, you've watched college bowling a lot. You're lot of experience with it. What do you think about the caliber of the teams that are here this weekend and this week, and what are your overall thoughts on the competition thus far?
Well, I mean, here it's amazing to see, the newer crops of talent come up through the ranks and just how good they throw it. They're all extremely talented. They work together well as a team. It's just amazing. It never ceases to amaze me the amount of talent that you see coming up from all over the country. And gosh, the game's even international now. We get so many international players that come over and go to school in the States and bowl collegiately. It's a great opportunity for them to improve their game. The amount of things I learned bowling on a team in college, the camaraderie of it, and just the overall ability to not only work together as a unit off the lanes, but then when you get on the lanes, how much it can improve your game as a player when you finally leave the college ranks and bowl competitively as an individual again.
And here's a look at Chris Vi, our two-handed phenom on Junior Team USA. Let's watch his game. Break it down for us a little bit here, Brian. Two-handed style, a lot of people still kind of getting used to it, but Chris is pretty talented. He's right up there among the elite two-handed players, I'd say.
Yeah. Last year I got the opportunity at junior camp to work with him quite a bit on his physical game, and one of the things we worked on was, him allowing his posture to stay consistent as it enters the line. If you watch, obviously, the more popular guys, the popular two-handers that we see on television, and Oscar Palermo and Jason Belmonte, they do a really good job of getting their upper body bent over more from the waist and then staying in that position. And Chris had a little bit of a tendency to sort of pop up out of the shot a little bit, so we wanted to really emphasize with him to allow his shoulders to stay forward, and that generally means his trail leg is going to be up in the air, but that's where we start dealing with the differences between coaching a traditional player and a two-handed player. Their ability to create the power, they don't necessarily need the trail leg on the ground, or more importantly, their trailing knee to be, close to the ground. We want that thing kind of up in the air so it works like a teeter-totter effect, I guess you could say.
And with the two-handed style, not necessarily new, but coming more into the spotlight over these last few years, I would guess that there aren't a lot of people out there who can really coach it or know how to do any coaching. So that's something that you guys have worked a lot on, because you've worked with a lot of two-handed players. And I guess if there are any two-handed players who are out there having trouble getting coaching, ITRC would be a good place to come, because if anybody's an expert, it'd be you guys, I would guess, right?
Yeah, we've watched a lot of video. I happen to, I know of a couple two-handed bowlers back before, Mr. Belmonte and Mr. Palermo really hit the scene. One individual named Tony Lambert from Louisville, Kentucky, who I used to bowl with quite a bit in the amateur ranks at the Megabuck tournaments back in the mid-'90s. And so I've seen two-handed bowlers for the last, 20 years, and then, when it looked like, wow, this is really taken off, we're seeing a lot of kids that, it's more a natural way for them to bowl as a young, boy or girl. Their body's a lot more flexible. Their ability to get in the positions, they can do it a little easier. So what we did is, we looked at a lot of video and studied the best of the best to see what they're doing differently from the traditional players. And then USBC coaching as well as into their manuals for the bronze classes and the silver classes. So, the word's getting out there on how to coach them, because there are definitely some differences between the traditional players. And if you try and mold everybody into the same cookie cutter type physical game, I think that will lead to more physical problems with their lower back pain and any issues that may result or could possibly result from bowling two-handed.
Have you tried the two-handed style, Brian? I think I've seen you throw it two-handed a couple times.
Yeah, not too bad.
It's actually really fun to do. I tried it for a little while. It's a good time.
I remember you doing that in the league, Lucas.
Yep.
All too well.
I did it for a month,
yeah.
And my high series was 640.
Yeah.
That's not too bad considering I can get about 0 ball speed.
Yeah, not at all. That's the big thing is, obviously with your hand completely underneath the ball, your bowling, your ball side hand being completely underneath the ball, the revolutions that you can generate are much higher. So to kind of match up your skid ratio or how much your ball is going to read the lane, whether it be early or later on the lane, you need to have some ball speed with it. So creating a lot of speed through your lower body and really pace to the line. The overall tempo has to be a lot faster. So, that's the toughest thing for people who have bowled traditionally, is that you generally don't walk that quickly to the line and then put your body in the positions that it has to be in to do it, successfully. So it feels very awkward, and that's why most traditional players find it hard to believe that those guys can throw the ball upwards of over 20 miles per hour, with their strike ball with 600 RPMs. But a lot of the better ones right now have done it their whole life. They didn't just pick it up when they're 17 years old. They've been 3, 4, 5 years old, so their body's used to getting in those positions, and that's just what feels normal to them.
Ryan O'Keefe is our guest here on our live broadcast today of the Intercollegiate Team Championships qualifying round. We're in game number 17 on the men's side.
Of 24, correct?
Yep, 17 of 24. There'll be a position round for the final 4 games. West Texas A&M coming in on our women's featured pair. Let's see who else we've got coming in as well. I believe it is, let's take a look. I don't want to give the wrong team. Newman is going to be coming in, along with West Texas A&M. They're still waiting to get started. Newman hasn't quite made it over yet. So we'll wait a few minutes before the women get started.
Yeah, watching this earlier today from, we've been here all day since 8 a.m. So, this pattern being 40 feet, generally, it's what most college patterns tend to be, but, we have a little less volume on the lane. We only have 22 milliliters of oil, which I would say would be, for today's standards, would be on the medium to low side, and pretty much on the on the lower side of what we see internationally with WTBA events or any PBA events. So you can see as got a lot of the guys playing the deep inside line and trying to get the ball over the front part of the lane. I would beg to guess that probably most of the guys' team started with maybe a little too much surface, which is forcing them way far inside and getting the ball out in the lane and just kind of lofting it over the left gutter.
Yeah, I think as we go on these last few games here, the last 7 games or so, we're going to see a lot of people starting to loft the left gutter. At least the high rev, more elite level players are going to be further left. Maybe even start lofting the ball a little bit more. That would be my guess. I assume that's what you would see as well. We've already seen a lot of folks in front of the ball return, which we're talking about. Jason and I were talking about that. That's a pretty tough skill to master, I would guess, being in front of the ball return, because it really changes your whole timing and your tempo, doesn't it?
For sure, and especially the ball return length has a lot to do with it. These ball returns here, I remember from back when I bowled here. They're a little bit closer up there, so you don't have as much room to kind of generate. Like I mentioned before, we want to generate the speed of our bowling ball through our legs, and it's tough to do that when the ball returns almost halfway up the approach. So it is most definitely an acquired skill. Collegiate bowling with the 5-man team and the 5-woman team, you have so many shots going down the lane that it lends itself to the lane breaking down quite a bit throughout the course of the day. And with as powerful as today's bowling balls are, and as much as they kind of rip the oil off the lane, these guys are used to it and they get good at it pretty fast.
I'm looking across at some of the guys' scores here. 169 for Lindenwood, 168 for Notre Dame, 205 for Robert Morris. St. Ambrose really struggling. Weber going to shoot they shoot 160, 170, Vincennes 162. The scores are really coming down, it looks like, on the guys' side. Is that a result of the low volume and the pattern, the way it's breaking down and having to get so deep?
I would agree with that 100%. It's, people look at, what we really want to do when we bowl is the length of the pattern will dictate where you want to play on the lane, but the volume of the pattern will dictate, what type of bowling ball and how much surface we want to use on that ball. So if you get caught using a lot of surface right out of the get-go and you get caught playing too deep, too fast, this is what happens. The lanes can get pretty ugly looking. If anybody out there has watched any of the live streaming events that we have from Baton Rouge, you'll see all the better teams kind of playing to the right to, make sure the lane holds up throughout the course of a 3-game set. And these guys are bowling 24 Baker games. So, what happens is if you use too much surface too early when there's not a lot of volume on the lane, the bowling balls absorb that oil, and you just struggle to really have a place to move. And also, the house characteristics play a big part of it too. Myself bowling here, throughout the 90s, I know that this bowling center, it's always very hard to get really extremely left and way over the left gutter and, try and hook the ball quite a bit here. It doesn't lend itself to that. It lends itself to going straighter, using more ball speed, and it just usually seems like that's the best recipe for success for knocking them down.
And we do have some folks in the chat accusing us of being sexist because we're not showing the women bowl. Well, Brian can back me up on this. There's no women's bowling to show right now on 15 and 16.
Yeah, the lanes are shut off as we speak.
Yeah,
so.
We're waiting for Newman to come over. West Texas A&M is waiting and ready to go, but Newman is still waiting to come in. And sometimes that happens when you've got this qualifying format where you're bowling 4 games on the same pair. It can get a little backed up sometimes, especially the later in the block. So once they get going, and the Newman name just popped up on the scoreboard, which is an indication to me they're on the way.
Yep.
So we should have some women's bowling action coming up in just a couple of minutes. So don't panic. We're not sexist, we promise.
Who knows? Maybe Mr. Murphy giving them a little pep talk down there or something.
Yeah. Now the Jets, just moving in. I can see some blue Jets jerseys.
That Billy and the Jets, as Mr. Mike Larson was singing earlier
Nice.
when they were bowling on 1 and 2.
Billy Murphy, the coach of the Newman Jets. He's done a good job with that team this year. They had never won a regular season title tournament before on the women's side, and they managed to pick up a couple this year.
Yeah, Billy's a great coach. Great person, great coach. Been good friends with Billy since, back in 1992.
There he is.
Bowling the Mega Buck events, and it's exactly what college bowling needs is more guys like him willing to put in the time and the effort to support the university, and more importantly for the girls, making them better, so that they can go and bowl the Queens events and bowl the U.S. Open events, and possibly bowl for their country with Team USA, so they get better. And Billy is definitely one of the better coaches around at making that happen.
Watching our live coverage of the USBC Intercollegiate Team Championships qualifying round here at Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. Lucas Wiseman along with Brian O'Keefe. We're in game 18 for the men. The women about to start game 17. Lindenwood and Notre Dame on our men's featured pair. West Texas A&M and Newman getting ready to start on the women's featured pair.
Yeah, and I would think if the women with a little bit less rev rate, if they have the ability, if you can find a team that has the ability to get around the 3rd arrow or so, maybe a little bit farther inside of that, just depending on overall rev rate, ball speed, and all that stuff that makes a bowling ball do what it does. But if you have a team that can, right about this part of the competition, that's able to move in a little bit inside of the 3rd arrow, I think you can really see the women's scores be higher than the men's scores, because the guys are pretty much out of room. So it's going to be a grind from here on out.
I guess at this point on the men's side, does it become a spare shooting contest? Try to leave things you can make and hope for the best, just hit the pocket?
Yeah, keep it in play. Lots of times when the lanes get like this, you kind of target the 3-pin for a right-handed bowler. You're getting left, and you just kind of aim at the 3-pin and try and push it back to that spot. And 10 pins aren't your worst enemy when the scoring pace goes down, and just hopefully we just make all the spares.
Something's going on lane 17. You see that out by the pin deck?
Oh,
There's something
yeah.
on the approach on the lane. Maybe Jason can get a look at it.
It looks like something fell.
Yeah, go quick, Jason. See if we can see what it is. He's gonna pick it up. I don't know what that is. What is that? Oh, maybe it's a light bulb. It's a fluorescent. That is bad news. That can take a while to clean up, can't it, Brian?
Yeah, well, as we say that, we got the guy, the mechanic coming down with the broom and everything.
Yeah, that's a mess right there.
Well, I'll tell you one play. If Mr. John Lucido here at Sun Valley Lanes obviously is on the ball, and they'll get this cleaned up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, there's fluorescent lights above the pins. That's what lights the pins, and don't ask me how it can break, but sometimes they can pop up there. I don't know if it's a pin that can get up there and pop it, or what happens.
Yeah,
but
it could be anything.
It happens occasionally, and I can tell you this is one of the least favorite things for these mechanics to have to deal with, because it creates a bit of a mess with all the little pieces of fluorescent bulb out there and mercury or whatever is in those things. Who knows?
Sure.
Disaster. That's going to delay things a couple of minutes here as they clean that up.
That's going to put a hold on the pairs next to it, too. So.
Yep. Nobody wants to bowl with that going on.
Yeah.
So our women were just getting started, but now they're going to have to hold off as they clean up this mess.
Yeah, Lucas, to get back to the men's pairs, I don't think it would be such a bad idea for, maybe a couple fill balls over the next couple games or so for somebody to try and move right and get out of all the hook, because
I was wondering about that.
Yeah, I watched right from the get-go today. Now the tough part is that you're pushing the oil out to the right when you do that, so sometimes it can be really hard to make your ball look good from the right after everybody's been playing the middle part of the lane. But I would think that some of these teams would try some fill balls, not giving away any pins, but try some fill balls back out to the right, because they really didn't play out there today. So their balls are so far left now that if you could find something, and you could be the only team out there that's doing it, as long as it was okay from pair to pair, you don't have a lot of traffic flow from the other teams out there. And with not a lot of volume on the lane, we're only talking 22 milliliters, which, like I said, is medium to low, and anymore I would even call that just pretty low.
Yeah.
I think you wouldn't even need a lot of surface. You could get out there as long as you had some guys who are comfortable, after playing the left gutter for so long, to be able to move to the right and get their swing and body sort of matched up to do it. I would think it could possibly be something that people could find lightning in a bottle here for a couple game stretch.
Now the teams didn't know what the pattern was going to be before they came. They found out last night, and if you'd have come in and you would have known the pattern, 40 feet, 22 mils, would you have thought about bringing a urethane ball? Would that have entered into your mind at all?
Oh, geez, that's kind of funny that you bring that up now, because I haven't used urethane since urethane was popular. I think probably the last urethane ball I threw was 1994, and this was until 5 days ago. Bowling in Baton Rouge, I actually used a pink Stingray, a ball circa 1994. And in team event, bowling at the training center, we put the pattern out all the time for people to come in and bowl on it. And I was just messing around. 39 feet tends to be my, if you want to call it, my struggle distance.
Yeah.
To put it lightly. I always feel like I have to move deeper than I want to get, but if I go straighter, I don't have any hold, and it kind of ties me up. So I was like, why not? Let's try something. And I tried urethane, and it really worked in the training center, so I brought it to Baton Rouge with me and got to use it, and I used it the first 2 games. Maybe used it a little bit too long, but for sure the first game it was what I needed. I hit the pocket 9 out of 10 times, didn't strike as much as I could have, but still bowled a clean 207 game, which for fresh is good. So, maybe 3-4 years ago I wouldn't have thought about bringing urethane, but I know with Team USA events, not necessarily the women as much, but the junior team for the boys and then the men's team, urethane balls are always going with them, because you're never really sure what type of the lane surface you're bowling on. You may find out beforehand, but you're not sure how old that surface is, and some places just tend to hook quite a bit, and you can get away with doing that stuff. And urethane balls aren't going to beat the lane up as much, so if you can find a reaction to the pocket with urethane, it's definitely not a bad way to go. Now the troublesome part with these guys is they don't get a lot of bowling balls to check in.
Yeah.
So the teams that had to fly, you're stuck with a certain amount of balls. But the teams that drove, if they're able to bring a few more balls and just check in the ones that look the best after the practice session, I think that's a great idea, especially with 22 milliliters of oil on the lane. You could get away with throwing some urethane off the right, not necessarily way to the gutter, but we're talking 5, 6, 7, and keep your break point somewhere around the 5th board. I think that would have definitely had some sort of a look on the fresh.
Got a little bit of a delay because they had a fluorescent light burst above lane 17 on our featured pair, and that has delayed competition on both of our featured pairs.
Looks like they're all set.
Yeah, looks like they've done a real good job. You even saw John Lucido pop up down there. He's everywhere. He's
Yeah, he doesn't leave any stone unturned.
No, he got out there and was getting down and dirty, trying to help clean up that mess. And it looks like they might be ready to go here. I think they've got it all cleaned up. That was really fast. I've seen that situation before, and it could take a long time to clean that up. And so they did a good job getting that done as fast as possible. So kudos to John Lucido and his staff here for cleaning up that mess as quickly as possible. And we'll get back to action here.
Yeah, that was one good thing always about living here. The bowling community here in Lincoln's always been great. And the local associations have really helped out putting this event together. Like I heard last night, some of the men's, the University of Nebraska at Lincoln men's team who didn't qualify for this event, they were here putting bowling balls out on the lanes for the players this morning until 3 a.m.
Oh, that's nice.
So they took all their bowling balls from the paddock and moved them out to their starting lanes. So just the little things like that really go a long way to making the event go off.
Yeah, it seems like a real strong bowling community here with the local association seems real good. Obviously, John's staff here at Sun Valley Lanes is top notch, and so we've been real impressed, I think, with the host committee and the local bowling association in putting this thing on so far.
Yeah, and I know they still support the programs very well. When I used to bowl for the university here back in the mid-'90s, the Men's and Women's Bowling Association, basically funded our programs. They gave us a lot of money to go out and follow our dreams of winning a collegiate national championship, which luckily we were able to do for them in 1996 on the men's side, and 94, 95, I believe, on the women's side. So, yeah, they're definitely always a big supporter, and it's nice to see them help bring it back to this great bowling community. Because, like you said, it really is a family here. I've seen guys today that I haven't seen in 15 years, and they come up to me. And I put on a little weight since I was 21 years old and lost a lot of hair. So, for them to recognize me and come up and say hello, it's been great.
Well, somebody mentioned in our chat, we were talking about potentially trying to move right on this pattern. They said if you move right on this pattern and you miss in, you're going to clip the 7 off the deck, which I guess if you move right and you pull a tar out of it, you're going to do that. But
well, when I say right, I don't mean like 5 boards right. I mean getting out to 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
No balls have been have been right of 12 from the word go. On the men's side, this is, pretty much everybody was between the second and third arrow or even deeper to start. You're not going to need a super strong ball, but if you get
that was a great split conversion there.
That was nice. If you get far enough to the right of it, you can kind of cheat the pattern. Sometimes, like you'll see on tour, you'll see guys like Norm Duke and Chris Barnes and guys that are really adept at going right up the lane. They'll move so far right of where the pattern would typically be played that they can create hold because they're using everybody else's carry down as their hold. And that's what you can see here. Yeah, if somebody were to try and move back to like 12, I agree completely. The
disaster.
ball,
that would be disaster.
The sparks may fly from it. But if they get far enough right, we're talking, 5, 6, 7, and you wouldn't need a strong ball. And like I said, it may not work, but, when the lanes get this bad, we're talking about fill balls, trying one here or there. We're only talking about giving a pin or 2 away at most. And, if it looks good and you have a few guys that can do it, it could possibly be an option, but.
Yeah, we'll have to try to keep an eye out, see if we see anything like that happen. And on a day like today where the pattern is a little lighter on the volume and the right-handers are getting way left, is it an advantage for the lefties that are out there?
Sometimes it's not.
The righties are getting in their zone now, huh?
Yeah, exactly. What it looks like now is a lot of the guys are so deep that they pretty much need to throw the ball, halfway to the arrows, maybe 8, 9 feet on the lane, 6, 7, 8, 9 feet on the lane, so that the gutter doesn't get in the way. So really, they're kind of missing the lefties' laydown. After watching here, the left side still looks okay right now. I would say they still have a pretty decent reaction to the pocket, but that certainly happens sometimes when the right-handers all get so deep. The lefties are just laying it down to where the right-handers have pretty much, I don't want to say destroyed the lane pattern, but burn up the lane pattern.
Nice 4-9 split conversion there by Lindenwood. And I find the biggest problem for me when I try to get this far left is carry. And that seems to become a problem for a lot of players.
Yeah,
not
sure.
just me, right?
Oh, no, for sure. anytime you're getting that far left, you're losing angle. You're definitely losing angle to the pocket, and you're just trying to control the pocket. The most important thing, and I think bowling in general, is really controlling the pocket. Anytime you put a sport pattern type, any of the harder type lane patterns on the lane, controlling the pocket is the most important thing. Now you can, if you grab a ball that strikes 90% of the time when it hits the pocket, but every time you miss the pocket you're getting 6, your games aren't going to be as good that if you throw a bowling ball that, you may only strike 60 or 70% of the time when you hit the pocket with it, but when you miss the pocket, you're leaving makeable spares, and that's the thing, especially in Baker games, because 130 can pop up in no time because you're only throwing 2 shots. It's hard to stay loose. The lanes get hard. Before you know it, the old momentum falls not on your side, and before you know it, you're looking up and you have 50 in the 5th.
Watching our live coverage of the USBC Intercollegiate Team Championships here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman and Brian O'Keefe at Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. Jason Overstreet running the controls right now for us.
Best seat in the house up here, Lucas.
It's nice, isn't it? We've got a nice, we got, I don't know, about 4 feet off the ground or something here with the platform, and a little tight up here, but it works out great because we've got a nice view. Because I'm sure you were down on the concourse trying to watch for a while. It's hard to see anything, isn't it?
Yeah, well, when you put up, we actually have the live streaming on a television monitor right behind
Thanks
where
for the
you guys
idea,
are
by the way.
perched up. Oh, yeah, no problem. But
that's
actually helped. We were talking about how, it's kind of hard to see with this right here, but, that we have people back there watching, and that's one of the better seats in the house is right behind you right now. You get to watch the live stream. It's a shame you just don't get to listen to you on the live stream.
That's true.
The sound up.
Lindenwood's Brad Miller up now in the 10th. That's a good shot right there. He snaps out the 10 and a split in the 9th. So their max is only 179 here. And Notre Dame can only shoot 160. Again, scores kind of gone in the toilet here these last few games on the guys' side.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. And I think especially when we're talking about the lane like this, being able to generate ball speed is going to be extremely important. Ball speed is always going to be the overriding factor in terms of overall ball motion. But now, if you can, if you have the versatility to be able to throw the ball harder and still consistently hit your target, that's where you're really going to see the guys step up and start striking. And that's one of the things we check at the combine is, the player's ability to change ball speeds. Unfortunately, a lot of people get stuck just throwing the ball the same way every time, and they may become good at that one type of game, let's say. But, what really separates the best from the great and then from the great to the good is really the ability to be versatile and change things to match the ball reaction you're looking for. There's a term out there called matching up that everybody likes to talk about. I didn't match up today, or that guy just happened to match up better than I did. Well, there's definitely there's a reason why they're matching up. There's a reason why Chris Barnes does what he does on tour every year, and all those guys are constantly up there year after year. And it's because they can make their ball match up. It's not that they just did match up; they found ways to make it match up, and that's what really I think the learning curve is from, kids coming up through the college years and getting better, and what really separates the best of the best from the people trying to get there.
We haven't talked too much about the women's standings, but and this has kind of flown under the radar here, but after 16 games, the Wichita State women are ahead of second place by almost 300 pins. That's amazing right there.
Yeah,
34-39 for Wichita State. Weber is in second at 31-48. So almost 300 pin lead for Wichita, all but locking up the top seed, I would think, at this stage, even with 8 games left in the standings. So they are bowling really well on the women's side. We already had them come through our featured pair a little bit earlier today. We've got Newman and West Texas on our featured women's pair right now. West Texas A&M 168, and Newman still has a few frames to go here in game 17. The men are in game 19 now, so they're a little bit ahead of the women. Everybody always says the women bowl faster than the men, but it's never true. Right?
Yeah.
That's an old wives' tale
that's
right. Non-existent anymore.
There's lots of old wives' tale out there, especially in our game, in our sport of bowling. But yeah, that's amazing. Wichita, you figure they bowled 16 games, and they're, if they'd be out averaging the field by 20 pins a game if they're 320 pins ahead, and they're 300 ahead. So pretty much they're out averaging the field by 19 pins a game right now. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's Wichita State, always a very strong team, and I think when you get in situations where spares become important, Wichita State has an advantage because they are year in and year out. I think we don't have any stats on this, but they got to be the best spare shooting team in the country. I mean, they don't miss very many makeable spares.
Sure.
That's because they practice, they work at it, and that's what you have to do. And I think it's a very important part of the game. That's one thing you guys test for at the bowling combine, I believe, is spare shooting ability, right?
Yeah, we put them through. The grind of spare shooting. Let's say, we put up some single pin spares. We put up the corner pins, have them shoot at them roughly 30 times each. We put up the washout, the baby splits, the 2/8. We put up all these different, makeable spares. Some a little harder than others, but definitely something that can separate the difference between you bowling 180, 191 game versus bowling 150. It's not always about striking and shooting 230. There's plenty of times that when you just need to grind out a game because your ball reaction isn't all that great. You may not be completely lined up and throwing it where you want to throw it, but making the spares and staying out of trouble and staying clean is what you need to do. And so we test that at the combine. That's definitely an overlooked part of, I would say, the youth of today. They always like to strike.
Yep. It's kind of like free throws in basketball.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's
very
how
true.
I like to relate it to.
Very
Nobody
true.
wants to stand there and shoot free throws all day. Nobody wants to stay there and shoot send pins all day,
Yeah, we have the ability at the training center to put up any spare you want nonstop, which is great for the people who can come in. But even people practicing at home, you don't need a system like that. You don't need the machines that do that. You can just pick out what you want to shoot at and shoot corner pins or shoot the 4-pin and the 6-pin. You can tell if you make it. Same thing with the washout for a right-handed bowler. Just try. Yeah, you can't tell if you would have made the washout, but 90% of making the washout is getting the head pin to go over there towards the 10-pin. If it's not going over in that direction, you're not going to make it. So you can practice all those spares at home, and yeah, I mean, I get to work with Kim Terrell-Kearney a lot in the training center, and she's pretty much the biggest advocate for spare shooting that I've ever met, and for good reason. When she coached at Delaware State, they're a very good spare shooting team, and it was the easiest way to become good is, just make all your spares. And
right.
She's obviously an unbelievable spare shooter in her own right. But yeah, she's when she gets practicing for the Queens this week, I'm sure she's been out in the training center over the weekend putting up the spares that she wants to practice just to make sure she's sharp at them.
Brian O'Keefe is our guest, and I've got a question for you, Brian. You said that you put the bowlers in the bowling combine through the ringer on the spare shooting. Now, how I shoot spares will vary. If I'm bowling on a house shot and I'm shooting a 2-pin, I might use my strike ball, just move a little bit, or a 4-pin, move a little bit. But if I'm bowling on a sports shot, I'm going to go straight at it.
Yep.
So when you're testing them, what patterns are out there that they're bowling? Is it sport patterns that they have to shoot on?
Yeah, they're all sport patterns. We normally put out around a 39 or 40-foot pattern, something I'd say the average distance or the most popular distance. So they're definitely not bowling on a house shot. One of the big things that we try and preach about the combine is that it's going to be the one time that you're evaluated by not keeping score. There's no score keeping at all, but we still don't want to just put out let's say an easier type house pattern. So we put out a challenging condition like we always do in the training center. Not too often you're going to walk in the training center and going to be able to strike every ball. So we generally keep them tough so that we make the people have to shoot their spares. Obviously it's greater, whether it be by use of a plastic ball or whether it be completely straightening the ball out with your strike ball. But one way or another, making the ball go straight, because that's the best way to take out all the variables. If you're dealing with having the ball hook across the whole lane to shoot a 7-pin, there's a lot of variables that can make that ball do different things. But if you're lined up and throw it straight, you don't generally have to worry about the ball doing too many tricks on you down the lane.
Watching our live coverage of the USBC Intercollegiate Team Championships here on we're in qualifying, and game 19 in progress for the men. Game 17 just wrapped up for the women. Newman 162, West Texas A&M 168. Rod Ross, who's the head coach of Team USA and the head coach at the training center, he had a funny tweet the other day. He said, "You cannot just call your plastic ball a spare ball until it actually picks up a spare.
Yeah,
I like that one.
Yeah, I would say that's our joke in the training center lately. I can't remember what we were doing, but who knows? We might have been watching me shoot spares for all intents and purposes. But we were talking about that. People call it a spare ball, but it's not a spare until you knock it over, or else it's just a second ball.
It's just a ball. Yeah, it's a ball.
Yeah, it's my second shot ball. And it seems like that's what happens lots of times with the kids coming up. They just get so used to throwing at strikes and shooting 230s and 240s with 9-10 strikes a game. Being able to make the spares you can make is really what's going to take anybody looking to get at this level where these guys are now. What'll take them to this level is just be a good spare shooter.
Yeah, that was a nice little gem there from Rod, because Rod doesn't tweet very often. That was, I think, the last time he tweeted was 118 days before that. So it's a nice little gem that he put out there.
Yeah, we tweet some stuff on the Bowling ITRC Twitter account, but not generally his personal account. I saw that as well, and of course I was laughing because we've been talking about that quite a bit lately about spare ball. Is it really a spare ball if you miss it by a foot?
Yeah, there's some debate as to whether I should be able to call mine a spare ball or not. I got my American Airlines spare ball, and unfortunately it doesn't always knock down the spares.
Yeah. And one great thing that we added to the Combine this year, which is a neat feature for the coaches, for any coaches out there listening that want to get involved with the program, is we have the ability to compare players as the event's going on. So as long, we have the Wi-Fi out in the training center, and as long as they have either a laptop or an iPad or anything they can connect to the Wi-Fi, they can pull up the results and basically get not necessarily real time, but pretty close to real time within an hour or so, or when they're in the hotel room that night. If they want to compare a couple of players that are going through the Combine, you can pull up whatever discipline we're measuring or whatever discipline you want to see that we've measured and compare one player to another. So that's a cool little thing we added this year for the coaches, so they don't have to wait a couple weeks after the event is over before they can see some of the results. They can do it kind of live stream it almost, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a nice thing, the Bowling Combine. For more information, if you're a coach out there or a player, you can get more information at bowlingitrc.com or bowl.com/combine for more information on the Bowling Combine. And of course, bowlingitrc.com, also information on the training center as well. It's the same place that Team USA trains. Team USA men's, women's, and junior teams all train there. They have camps coming up in the next couple of weeks as they gear up for international competitions.
Yeah, junior camp coming quick, a couple weeks away.
I know all the players look forward to it. It's one of the great benefits of making Junior Team USA and Team USA is that week-long training camp at the ITRC, where you get to take advantage of all the cool technology that we've got at the ITRC. I think my favorite is the eye tracking goggles. I still haven't had a chance to do it yet, but I think it's really cool.
Yeah, that's definitely a big hit. It's amazing how crazy I guess the brain can play tricks on people in that they'll throw shots and they think they're looking somewhere, and then we'll take the eye goggles back, and we can slow them down frame per frame as to what you're actually looking at. And people's eyes will kind of drift off into no man's land, and then they'll come right back. But it happens so fast, and your brain processes information so fast that they don't even realize that what's happening. So it really has to increase their focus as they're bowling. And we don't just see it with the lesser level player or the less advanced player. We see some high caliber players that their eyes end up just drifting off. And the most important thing, we want to make sure we're watching our ball as it rolls down the lane. In order to read what it's doing, we have to watch it. And it's pretty cool to see how quickly certain players can pick up the ball once it's off their hand. A lot of the guys, the PBA guys that are on Team USA, they pick up that ball pretty quick. The ball's off their hand before it gets to their arrows. Their eyes are already focused on that ball, so they can read what it's doing as it's going down the lane.
I remember seeing the video of Walter Ray wearing the eye tracking goggles, and I was just so impressed how steady his head was and how he focused on one spot like the entire time, and that makes him so good. Calling dead eye for a reason, and he was pretty impressive to look at on that eye tracking video. then you've got other people who kind of, like Wes Malott, who's really kind of looking at his toes almost, looking at the dots, and it's just a lot of variations out there.
Yeah, there's lots of different styles of targeting. A lot of today's, I'd say the more modern player, a lot of them tend to be more shape-oriented to where they're not specifically just zeroed in on a target and just worried about hitting that target.
It's more about getting it to the break point.
Exactly.
The shape of it at the end there.
Exactly. If anything, we see a lot of the best bowlers in the world kind of drawing a line, an imaginary line with their eyes, and they'll look up at the rack first, and then they come down to their break point, as break point being the farthest, most outside they ever want their ball to get, and then just kind of draw a few points throughout that line of where the ball is going to be released from their hand, and then they line up or get set in whatever method they use, whether it be looking at the dots or the arrows, or like you said in Wes Malott's case, kind of the foul line. But they already have created that mental picture and that visualization of where they want their ball to get to by kind of drawing that imaginary line on the lane. And as you start to decrease in skill level, you'll see people kind of just get up on the lane, pick a target on the lane, and then throw a shot. There's no visualization. It's just find one spot and I'm going to bowl. And that's what I think was a major difference, and one of the great parts about the technology that we do have there with the eye goggles.
Game 19 coming to a close on our men's featured pair. We just saw the scoreboard there for a second. 177 for Notre Dame College. And Lindenwood coming up with a strike, or double in the 10th. One more strike would give them 208. We haven't seen very many games over 200 out of these teams. I don't think these last couple of games, so it's a rare 200 game out there right now.
And this Lindenwood team has a few guys who can pretty much get all over the holes, and they have a high rev rate, and yeah, they are in there. I mean, they are throwing BBs at the 3-pin from the left gutter. And we just saw Chris Vai, he struggling a little bit trying to get the ball through the lane, and the two-handers really generally tend to excel when the lanes become a high friction type environment because they can throw it so hard. But he's even struggling getting the ball down the lane, and then if he does throw it to the right, there's not a lot of friction built up to the right. It's all built up in front of him or closer to the foul line, and he just ends up overthrowing it through his target. And that's the big thing. That's why I'm surprised nobody's trying at least a fill ball or two to move completely right of where the pattern, where they started playing today, and just seeing what's out there to try and find, some sort of skid through the front part of the lane.
West Texas A&M and Newman on the women's side. They are in game 18, so almost a game and a half behind the guys. Game 18 for the women. They're in the just finishing up the 6th frame for Newman and in the 9th frame for West Texas A&M. And again, after game 20, we're going to have a brief break because they have to get geared up for the position round. So the guys looks like most of them are in game 20 now. The high end, they're still finishing game 19. But the guys, I don't know if they'll wait and start everybody at the same time. I would guess they would let the guys just go ahead and get started with the position round once the standings are in. And that's the other great thing about John Lucido and his team here. The standings are so fast. I've never seen a system update the standings as fast as it does here. The game ends and it's on the board instantly. There's no waiting around.
John's got a lot of, John was a great bowler in his own right, national champion at Nebraska.
Yeah.
Back before my time. John was actually the reason why I went to Nebraska, besides the great facilities and Coach Straub. But, John really was the person who, got me looking at Nebraska. We've been friends for a really long time. I get to see him a few times a year when he makes it down to the bowling campus. But, we're family friends. I was really good friends with his mom and dad, and obviously him the same with my parents. So yeah, it's great to see. John knows the game. He was a bowler. He is a bowler, not as much anymore as what he once was. But he was a great bowler and still is. And so he knows how it's supposed to be run. He knows what it's supposed to do. And not to say that people that don't have the bowling experience can't run good bowling tournaments, but I think it's a little bit easier if you have that background.
Yeah, I agree. If you know what to do to make it successful. If you take a look at West Texas A&M, they got the stuffed animal out, the hands up. They're trying to rally the troops here in the 10th frame. Wow, looks like it works. I need to get one of those stuffed animals.
Yeah, Lucas, real quick, one thing to get back to, the comment I made about possibly trying to move to the right, we're seeing 160, 160,
Right.
160, 170. There's a great quote from a guy named John Gaines that I remember. I used to bowl with John back in the Megabuck days, and still a great bowler. He's had a quote one time saying, well, you can shoot 160 with anything.
Right. True.
Might as well try something else. You can bowl 160 with anything. You make your spares, you're going to bowl 160 if you're throwing a straight ball down the middle. So, you might as well try something, because it doesn't matter where you go, you can bowl 160.
Now, could it be for a couple of these teams, like, for example, Lindenwood, they shoot 207 the last game. Now they spare three-bagger. Could it just be a kind of a breaking in period, getting just over the shock of having to play so deep and get comfortable in there, and before you can finally get into a rhythm? I mean, can that happen?
Well, if you think about it, just like when you're bowling fresh, you break the lanes down. So you can break a lane down from 25 too. It may not be as great later on, but what I'm betting probably happened is this is their second game on the lane,
Yep.
and you had Notre Dame that was over there playing just that deep as well. So when you get enough people playing in there, you're as long as you can get the ball down the lane, you should be able to generate some sort of hook spot if everybody's constantly doing the same thing. So I wouldn't doubt if that's what's going on. I think these guys have played in there to enough to where it doesn't take them too long to get comfortable playing in there, but it's just the fact of trying to almost sort of carve out a spot that their ball can do what they want it to do. One thing that Coach Rod Ross at the training center always says is that if you try and imagine a bowling lane like a ski slope, like not necessarily slalom skiing, but the downhill skiing, and the first person that goes down the slope, they have a nice path of snow, and they kind of make their own path down. Well, if you're one of the last people to go down the slope that day, all of a sudden there's already nooks and crannies of where you got to go. The path is already made for you, and if you go outside that path, you can kind of struggle. I think that's a great way to look at a bowling lane throughout the course of a day, because in our sport, obviously it's invisible. In golf, they don't move the water hazard out to the middle of the fairway. They stay the same, but in bowling it changes all around. So, and that's a great thing about it.
We'll look at the scoreboard on the women's side, and West Texas A&M doing a little dance down there. They're 219. That'd make me dance too. Come on, 219. That's a great game on this pattern. And so they're getting into it down there, awfully excited. Channeling the power of the stuffed animal. As Rachel Giddings says in our chat, she needs to get one of those stuffed animals. Rachel on Junior Team USA, one of our new junior team members.
Yeah.
She'll be at the camp pretty soon.
Yeah, just a couple weeks. Hope all the players are excited. We're obviously excited to have them come out and put them through the grind of the week, and they'll go by fast. I guarantee them that. That's one thing we always say is that it's here before you get to the training center, and then it's the end of the week before you know it. So.
All right, so the men are heading to a close here in game 20, and then games 21, 22, 23, and 24 will be position rounds. So we'll have the top-ranked teams after 20 games on 17 and 18 for the men. Same thing for the women. They're only in game 18 right now, finishing up game 18. So a little bit more of a wait before that happens on the women's side.
And not to question the position round thing, but kind of questioning it, I guess. They're not bowling against each other, so why necessarily need a position round?
Just helps at the end to determine they're determining seeding for the bracket, so you can, it gives you an idea of what you have to do and keep an eye on things as far as positioning goes for the bracket, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. The teams that are around your same,
if you're battling for the top seed, you could, for the bracket, you know what's going on.
Yeah, as opposed to having the team that you're battling with 5 lanes away from you. Okay, I can see that. I was just wondering because they're not really, this is.
It's not really matches.
Yeah, it's not a match, so bowling the position round would kind of seem not as important. But now that you brought that up, Lucas, I can see what you're talking about.
And it's good for spectators too. It makes it exciting, a little more exciting to have the top teams all together. There's a crossover for Lindenwood. In the 8th, they have a real great game going here. I mean, they can shoot 258 if they can strike out in the 9th and the 10th, and I think that'd be pretty stellar on what we've seen out there so far.
Yeah, that's got to be about 50 pins, at least 50 pins above the average right now, if not 70 or 80 from what we've seen.
Yeah, the field average could be around 180, 190 right now, these last few games on the men's side. It's hard to tell because we've got kind of a narrow view of what's happening. It's hard to tell what's happening on the higher end of the bowling center, but that's kind of look for trends, and when you see 3 pairs doing the same kind of scoring pace, it gives you a pretty good indication what's going on. There's a double.
He got awfully excited with that one, too.
his teammates didn't get quite as excited as he did. That'll set up Miller for the 10th, chance to strike out for 258. Notre Dame College is actually bowling well as well. They're clean through 7 frames with 1 double, so if they can find a way to somehow strike out, they can still shoot 234.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing in the Baker format. I mean, geez, just filling frames. And I know lots of times it's easier said than done, but that really is the most important thing. Leave something you can make and knock it over.
Yeah, especially in situations like this. There's so much pressure too. You don't want to let your team down when you're out there, and it's Baker competition as Brad Miller strikes again.
That guy throws the ball really good.
Does throw it nice, huh?
Their whole team throws it nice. They had lots of high rev rate.
Well, they got a great coach, so that helps. Randy Lightfoot down there. He's got his hat on.
Yeah, we bowled the same squad with Randy for about 6 or 7 years at the Open Championships. We left that squad, so we didn't get to see him anymore bowling out there, but about 6 or 7 years in a row we bowled the same squad as they did, so I'd always get to see him that one time a year.
There's a look at Randy. He's kind of hiding behind one of the players there, but got the hat on. Trips the 4 out for the double in the 10th, so that's 4 in a row. That's going to be a nice way to head into the position round here.
And you said they were leading, right?
They were up there. I don't know if they were. Yeah, I can't remember where they were. It jumps around so much on the men's side, but yeah, I think that they were leading or close to it. I'd actually think they were 60 pins behind Wichita going into this game.
Okay,
if I'm looking at it right.
Well, 258 might just get that
Could
job
be.
done.
Yeah, don't know what Wichita bowled. They're still. I think they're still bowling down there. Yeah, they are. Women are in game 19, so they've really fallen behind the pace here of the men. They've got almost 2 games to go before we go to the position round for them. So they're going to, I don't know, finish 20 minutes or so, 30 minutes behind the guys. I'm not quite sure how they fell so far behind, but.
Yeah, that is weird that there's so much disparity in when they're getting done. I don't know if they had, just teams not getting to their pairs quite as fast, or.
Well, Newman, we waited for a while for Newman to come in here, so that can really slow things down. I don't know what. There haven't been any lane breakdowns, I don't think, today, other than the light bursting, but that happened when they were already here. So something somewhere kind of threw a kink in the system, whether it's slow bowling or not sure what. But
maybe they're not throwing as many strikes.
Could be. Yeah, scoring pace is probably a little lower on the women's side, which means they throw more shots, but whatever it is, it shouldn't be almost 2 games, I wouldn't think, even if it was a scoring pace issue. Mindy Pancoast watching. Good afternoon, Mindy, out on the West Coast. Thanks for tuning in.
Could it be the cheering?
The women do tend to take more time cheering than the men do, that's for sure.
They do like to give high fives regardless of what you do.
I don't know. If I get up there and I leave a 4-6 split, the last thing I want is a high five. I'm just being honest.
I tend to be right with you.
I'm all for teamwork, but I'm probably not real happy at that stage. Or if I leave a pocket 7-10, I don't want a high five from you. I want to punch my own fist, my own hand.
Yeah, a gentleman by the name of Bill Webb follows me in team event at the Open Championships every year, and you can ask him how many times I've slapped his hand after I've opened, and it's not going to be very many.
Well, the guys are done now. Notre Dame shoots 190, and so the men's featured pair is going to be on a little bit of a hiatus here as they gear up for the position round. I'm not sure how long that transition will take. I would guess it should happen pretty quick. The women are in the 4th frame for West Texas A&M of game 19. So about a game and a half to go before the position round for them. It's a pretty good shot right there. Tickles that 7-pin. Doesn't get it to go down, though.
Yeah, once again, you look, at their score right now, through 3 frames, they got a couple of makeable spare misses. That just puts you in a deficit right before you ever really get started in the game. All of a sudden, they have 37 in the 3rd. Make those spares, you're clean. No, I know. they're not robots. Everybody's going to miss a spare from time to time, but the more consistent you can just cut out those errors, the better off your team's going to be.
Just saw Georgia Drews from Newman get a strike and follow that up with a little dance with her teammates on 3 in a row. Georgia, one of the bowlers who's made it to the singles TV show on Saturday. She advanced through the match play Tuesday afternoon right here live on Bowl TV, and she will be among the final 4 in the women's division on Saturday in the ISC women's finals.
And those players whose teams didn't make it to the ITCs, they're just waiting patiently?
Yep. Elise Bolton is one of them. Yep. Nebraska, obviously not bowling in this event, and she's obviously lives here now, going to school at Nebraska, but she would be an example of that. Also the advancers, Georgia Drews from Newman, Jazriel Tan from Wichita State, Katie Zwiffelhofer from Wisconsin Whitewater.
Okay, they're not out here.
Yep, they're not out here, so that's another one.
Just waiting her time.
Yep.
That's got to be exciting to know you're going to be on television, get a couple days to sit, exciting, nervous, nerve-wracking, one of the two. Both, probably. Get to know you're going to be on national television in front of 30, 40 million people. Let's sit and think about it for a couple days.
Yeah, talking about nerves. And then on the men's side, it's Jeffrey Young from Wichita State, Joe Steiner from Midland. We've also got Lucas Stein from Pikeville. He's the kid with the mohawk.
Yep.
I don't know if you saw him. Yep. He's never had a 300 and bowled 299 yesterday
wow.
Tuesday. So he almost had it. And then our fourth player is, let me think, Anthony Fiorenzo from Calumet. He had a dramatic finish in his match against Marcelo Swartz to make the show. He was number 24 seed after qualifying. And
oh, wow.
After the 6-game qualifying, I think he was last. And he came back to make the show, won 3 matches.
Well, that just shows you in match play,
You never know.
Yeah, anything can happen. And not to say that he's not a great bowler, but, obviously something wasn't going right earlier in the day. But then he figured it out.
That's all that matters. Doesn't matter where you qualify, especially in these formats where nobody gets cut.
Yep.
Somebody in the chat wants to know how we determine who is on the featured pairs. It's all done randomly by the tournament officials. They do a lane assignment rotation, and then whoever's on 15 and 16 for the women and 17 and 18 for the men, that is who we show. I think the men are going to start the position round pretty quick here. Wichita State in the lead, Linwood second, Midland third, Morehead State in fourth, and of course it just flipped on me, so I'll have to wait till it comes back up. Give me the rest.
And those are updated already, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, you
already
kidding.
Done through 20. Yeah, it's really fast. I just need to type in the names into the system to get the position round set. 146 in the 7th frame for Newman this game. They had that open in the 7th. And West Texas with a strike in the 7th frame. And 86 in the 6th. So here come the scores again for the men. Wichita State first, Lindenwood second, Midland in third, Morehead State fourth place, Kansas in fifth, followed by Robert Morris, Toledo, William Patterson, Fresno State, and Rochester Tech. That's your top 10 after 20 games. And the bottom 6, it's going to be Weber International, Calumet, Wright State, St. Ambrose, Notre Dame, and Vincennes. After 20 games, that is the men's standings as they gear up for the position round coming up in just a few moments. Again, don't forget, coming up a little bit later on today, about 3 hours from now, it's going to be the start of the match play portion of the ITCs. The double elimination match play bracket will take place, practice at 4:30 p.m. Central Time, and they'll start competition at 4:45 p.m. Central for the first round of matches here at the ITC. So that's always very exciting, and we hope that you will join us this afternoon for that. And of course, all day tomorrow, coverage of match play here at the ITC starting at 8 a.m. Central Time and on throughout the day until we know who's on the TV show on Saturday.
Do you guys have any predictions?
Somebody will win and somebody will lose.
Very good, Lucas. Very good.
It's hard to say. I mean, it's in the matches, you just never know who's going to come through. I mean, sometimes you see the top-ranked team in the country go down to the number 45 ranked team. It's just hard to predict. I mean, There are a few teams on the men's side that stand out to me. Robert Morris, Weber, Wichita State, Lindenwood, but Midland. I mean, there's just so many good teams this year that it's really hard to – there's a lot of parity, I think, in college bowling on the men's side. Women's side as well. Wichita State, Weber, so many good teams on the women's side as well. It's just really hard to make any predictions in this tournament.
Yeah, the talent pool is so big that you see it. You're seeing it a lot in all college athletics. Whether it be football or basketball, you find those upsets. There was a time in college football when the first 4 weeks, you'd never see any upsets, and now you can find. Appalachian State beat Michigan a couple years ago. You find those upsets just because the talent pool gets so rich, and they all have to go someplace. They don't generally all go to the same college, so I agree completely. You obviously have your favorites and the teams that generally tend to be there, but at any given time, best 4 or 7 matches in Baker. To me, Baker is the ultimate equalizer.
Yeah.
It makes it more of a team effort. There's not, it's a little easier for 1 or 2 people to really carry a team when you're bowling traditional games. And
you can have the best player in the country in Baker, but if that player doesn't have any help from their teammates, they can only bowl 2 frames.
Yeah, exactly. One player in Baker only accounts for 20% of the game.
Yeah.
It's
maybe a little more than 20 if they're bowling 10 frame.
True.
Just a little, but not much. I mean, it's 20% of the frames for sure.
Yeah.
But you can only have a limited impact with one player, and you really. That's what I tweeted. I posted on Facebook last night about this. I said, my advice to college teams as they gear up for this would be to put aside the petty individual bickering and infighting that you might have on your teams, because if you don't work together as a team, you're doomed. You have no chance if you don't work together as a team. And I think that sometimes the teams that work the best together as a cohesive unit can outperform the more talented teams that may be a team of individuals.
Yeah, we talk about that all the time. Cohesion is the exact word. There's a couple different kinds of cohesion, and it doesn't necessarily mean they have to be the best of friends. There's actually been studies that have shown that teams that don't necessarily get along the best off whatever their playing field is, that they can actually outperform teams that all really do get along. But in one way, shape, or form, you need to have that cohesion as a unit. And 100%, teams that may not be as talented can outperform teams that just have all the talent in the world. If they're constantly worrying about, this person's out bowling me and I'm a better bowler than this person. Why are they bowling anchor? Why's coach got them bowling anchor? All that stuff just leads to insecurities that don't help your team succeed.
So we're in the 20th game now on the women's side. The men are still waiting to start their position round.
It looks like they may wait.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Yeah, they brought the standings over, and it's pretty much as we thought.
That'll be their latest thing. It's 16 to 32.
They just sent the names out, so it looks like they're going to get the squad started here for the men. I would assume that they would just let them go ahead and start. There's no reason to let them wait. We'll see what they decide to do. The standings are in for the women's division after 19 games. So that'll be coming up on our screen here in just a moment. And Wichita State still in the lead by 354 pins over Midland. Weber is third, Pikeville fourth, Lindenwood fifth, Maryland Eastern Shore sixth, followed by McKendree, William Penn, Kutztown, and Florida State. That's the top 10 on the women's side after 19 games. And the bottom 6 on the women's side: Newman, Robert Morris, Wright State, Calumet, Stephen F. Austin, and West Texas A&M. So that's where we stand.
Yeah, how about UMES, huh? Just like on a man, they haven't lost in a tournament like this in quite some time.
So as we just got the report, as of right now, they're waiting to start the men until the women are done. with this game. And there's a lunch that is sponsored by Dexter coming up during the break, so that may have something to do with it. They may not want them to finish too early because they don't want it to get done before the food arrives.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And once again, the sponsorship, with the Yes Fund and all the founding members of the Yes Fund, and obviously Dexter stepping up and, helping out. Everything helps. The whole industry over the last couple of years has really bonded together just to increase, not only participation from the competitive side, but just overall participation. And, it's great to see the industry come together and step up and support all aspects of the game of bowling. We actually have a member I just saw who was at our combine last year, Camilla Dammers, bowling for Weber University. She came to the combine with her younger sister.
She's from Aruba.
Yes, from Aruba. I actually got word, I believe, that her younger sister is going to come to the combine again this year. One of the things with the combine is you can come if you're going to be a junior in high school, you can come to the combine. You cannot, as a female, you cannot talk to the coaches until you're going to be a senior in high school, but you can still come to the combine, go through all the disciplines and get measured in all the different areas and basically get your name out there and get to be seen by all the coaches, but they can't technically contact you.
An NCAA rule?
Yes.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, and because we want to keep it fair for all the coaches, we don't want the NCAA coaches to be at a disadvantage.
Right, absolutely.
So we keep it the same. Now on the men's side, there are no NCAA regulations that we have to follow. So pretty much, if you're a junior, if you're going to be a junior in high school, you're definitely open to talk to any of the universities that are at the combine. But from the women's side of things, we try and keep everything a level playing field, so not one university is at a disadvantage over another.
And I don't know if this is a stupid question or not, but the combine's open to anybody with college eligibility, right? So I never bowled in college, so I technically would have 4 years of eligibility. Could I bowl the combine if I wanted to?
Yeah, technically you could. Last year we happened to have all high school students, but technically if there was somebody out there that was seriously considering going back to school and interested and has college eligibility left and looking at going back and trying to bowl collegiately, yep, they're eligible.
And it's in current, if you bowl in college currently, are you not eligible? Or if you had a couple of years of eligibility left and, I know it's kind of probably a touchy situation, but I would guess it probably has come up.
Yeah, we've talked about it, and I can't remember off the top of my head, to be quite honest. If anybody had that question, you could definitely email myself or, send us an email through the Bowling ITRC website if that is something that somebody would like to find out the answer to. I can't remember what we decided on that as we speak right now on the spot. Lucas put me on the spot with the tough questions. Do
you think I know that the combine's going to max out again this year?
Yes.
We're going to fill up for sure. Is it an application to compete in the combine, or do you just take the first 100 and however many people sign up?
It's an application. We'll make the announcements and get everybody submits an online registration right now. After they receive an online, or after they fill out the online registration, they'll get a confirmation email that we received it from our combine mailbox that we had set up. And then as we get closer to the June 1st deadline, they'll come out and we'll announce who would be coming to the combine.
It seems like you want to give everybody an opportunity who wants to compete in the combine, but at the same time you can't because you'd have too many people. So I guess that seems like the fair way would be to everybody kind of submit a application, kind of like getting into college. You don't. Not everybody gets into the University of Florida that wants to get into the University of Florida. It's just the way it is, and so you put your best foot forward and hope that you're one of the ones that gets picked to come and take part in the combine, I guess.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to point out is that obviously this is about bowling and bowling in college, but there's other variables that go into who we select. It's not all bowling. We on the application form we ask you to fill out your GPA, because that's a major part of bowling in college. Is obviously the academic standpoint of it and going to school. So we have everybody fill out their GPA. If you've taken an ACT or an SAT, what does that look like? What are your scores if you have them, if applicable? some people don't get their results back, and it's not a required field in the online registration process, but if you have them, the more information that we can give to the coaches, the better, because that's all we're trying to do is not only make their recruiting more efficient, trying to make it kind of like a one-stop shop for recruiting at the collegiate level, but also trying to make sure we match up where the people would be best suited. So there's more than just goes in than averaging 225 in your local high school. It is about academics, and we take that into consideration when looking at the applications.
Well, the men are getting started with the position round now, and Wichita State and Lindenwood are on our featured pair. And we just saw Lindenwood on this pair for the last 4 games. Just kind of a random thing that allows them to bowl another 4 games on this pair. I would think, personally, that's got to be a little bit of an advantage for them. Yep. And they come in only 6 pins behind Wichita State for the top spot.
And they started with an early double, so it looks like you're right on the money. Now they didn't wait for long. They only sat around for maybe 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes. But generally when a lane sits with nobody bowl on, they change a little bit. The oil tends to go somewhere. They tend to hook a little bit more. Regardless of the time when you wait.
Well, it's not too. The temperature in here is pretty cool, I would say. For a bowling center, it's really cool actually. So, I think that's probably better than it being excessively hot in here as far as the lane conditions go.
Sure.
So maybe that'll help temper that a little bit, but we're still in game 20 on the women's side, and then they'll have a brief break. They're almost done with the 20th game, and then they'll get geared up for their position round matches, or games, I should say. It's not really a match. 3 in a row for Lindenwood to start.
Yeah, we've done a few studies at the training center where one time over the Thanksgiving break, we were shutting the facility down for the weekend, and so we put a level on the lane to see really what the lane does and if it changes. And we had a camera with it that would take camera shots I can't remember if it was every hour on the hour throughout the weekend. And the lane itself changes just from sitting there over time when the humidity in the facility changes. Whatever the case may be. So, even though you think, well, gosh, nobody's bowled on the lane since I did 20 minutes ago, that lane's changed a little bit than when you bowled on it last time. And most times it's going to hook more. It seems like they always tend to hook a little bit more when you take a quick little break like that. Now, Lindenwood got off to a good start and started with a triple, but then their 4th bowler did go high and leave the big 4.
Nice shot there by West Texas. And the 10th. They can max out at 182, and the messenger, it's Marcus Burnt. Sweden leaves the 10 pin.
Yeah, I would think he would do quite well when the lanes are like this right now. I remember him a couple years ago bowled extremely well at the U.S. Open, where pretty much from after the first couple games, all the guys tend to get over the left gutter, and the lanes tend to hook quite a bit after that. So I would think he's pretty comfortable doing what he's doing, and probably just really good at staying out of trouble and making spares. Marcus is a very experienced player. He's bowled around the world in a lot of tournaments, and very, very good guy too. He's very level-headed, and I think we see that maturity level with the international players tends to be a little bit higher than some of the American players, and that's just a product of the culture, especially coming out of Sweden. And so Marcus, very level-headed and great player. Yeah, long bowling history in the country of Sweden, obviously. Newman in the 9th frame of game 20 on the women's side. And they can max out at 212 this game. West Texas max score is 182. Look how deep Devin Bidwell is. This is going to get airborne. Yeah. And he's pretty good at doing that as well. Yeah, another product of the Junior Team USA program. Yeah, he went to the World Championships with us a couple of years ago. Yeah, he did. And I'll be interested to see who's bowling anchor. It looks like it's Eric O'Branson, which another Junior Team USA member. That doesn't surprise me because he's left-handed. Yep. And we've seen how fried the right is, so that might be why Gordon has him in there as the anchor. Yeah, obviously, like I said, sometimes it can be a detriment to be left-handed when the lanes get like this, and other times, I think because, like I said, they're throwing, the right-handers are throwing the ball so far out in the lane and really clearing the front part of the lane that the left side, the front part of the lane, the heads have probably held up quite a bit.
That doesn't look too bad right there.
Yeah, he's definitely got some ball speed with it, but still, like you said, I mean, he's still going relatively straight up the lane, and his ability to do that is generally because the guys, there's not a lot of hold in the middle. After thinking about it a little more, I would think when the left side tends to get really burnt is when the guys on the right side tend to play like the fallback or use a lot of hold from the left side of the lane. But when they're throwing it over the front part of the lane and their break point is still somewhat right, then the lefties don't generally have as hard of a time getting their ball to push through there.
And the righties are lofting it over the head, so it's not really burning up the heads too much for the lefties either.
Yep.
So that might be seems smart, a smart coaching move by Gordon Vatican and Nathan Bohr on the Wichita State team to put the lefty in the anchor position, especially when you have a lefty of that talent level on your team. The game 20 just ended for the women, 179 for West Texas, 199 for Newman. So they will have a break on the women's side for a little bit. Jeffrey Young leaves the bucket. Jeffrey honored last night at the banquet, one of the top players in college bowling.
And just another Junior Team USA member, past Junior Team USA member.
See a lot of that with the top players in college bowling have come through that Junior Team USA program. That's not a coincidence, folks, that they make it to the top of the heap in college bowling.
And it looks like we're going to have the Wichita show over right next to them.
Yeah, a couple of Wichita's going to be coming in to bowl on the women's pair, it looks like. I don't know if it's going to be Wichita and Weber or Wichita and Pikeville. It looks like it's going to be Wichita and Weber, actually. The standing's already updated on the women's side. Wichita, Weber, Pikeville, Midland, McKendree, William Penn, Lindenwood, Maryland, Eastern Shore, Kutztown, and Florida State just got it in before it flipped. That's the top 10 on the women's side after 20 games. Bottom 6, Newman, Wright State, Robert Morris, Calumet, Stephen F. Austin, and West Texas. So we'll have the Weber and the Wichita State women on the featured pair coming up in just a few minutes. Three frames to go here in game 21 on our men's featured pair, Lindenwood and Wichita State. Joey Petzold up for Lindenwood. That's a nice shot right there.
And that's in front of the ball return. And trust me, guys, if you can't tell at home, these ball returns are a ways down there. So he's generating a lot of ball speed with not a lot of approach to do it. So that's pretty impressive stuff.
Marcus with a strike in the 8th for Wichita for the double.
And that's why I tend to think that the left lane, the scores would be higher, strictly because the players don't have to worry about that ball return there. And Lindenwood did bowl 250 on that left lane last set. In this set, they have to do the big walk around of the ball return. And once again, Devin Bidwell doing his best airplane impersonation of the bowling ball flying through the air.
Lucas is going to step away to check on some things for a while, so Jason Overstreet jumping in alongside Brian O'Keefe. Brian, appreciate you taking so much time to join us on the broadcast today.
Yeah, it's no problem. I'm, like I said, I'm here really to talk to the coaches about the combine. We had a nice little meeting with them last night at their coaches meeting. I try and keep it short and sweet so that I'm not taking up too much of their time while they talk about, they have other business at hand here, obviously preparing for the national championship. But just here as a face for the ITRC to let them know that we support college bowling and we obviously back college bowling. Not only just to really promote the combine, but also the training center in general. We're open for any of these teams to come train with us throughout the course of their year or during the summertime whenever they can make it. And so just trying to let them know that that's an option and that we're here to hopefully help improve their squad.
For those of you just joining us, you are watching live coverage of the USBC Intercollegiate Team Championships from Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm Jason Overstreet alongside Team USA assistant coach and ITRC assistant coach Brian O'Keefe. Lucas Wiseman also with us most of the time. You're watching the position round on the men's side, and the position round on the women's side will begin shortly. The men slightly ahead of the women in pace. And the pinfall, after we conclude on this lane rotation, will determine the seeding for the match play portion of our competition, which is scheduled to begin in the 4 o'clock hour, I believe, Central Time this afternoon. Can't remember if it's 4 or 4:30. I don't have that in front of me, but we'll have live coverage of a couple of rounds of match play. Match play this afternoon, that is always when it gets really exciting.
Yeah, that's when we get down to the nitty-gritty here, where you start to see the swings get a little bit tighter. You know, coming down to the end of every game, you know, all of a sudden in this part, it's, in all intents and purposes, really kind of like a long practice session for them. They're all for the seeding, but it's not the worst thing in the world if things don't necessarily go your way. But
yeah, you'd rather, of course, be towards the top, but it's not like going home is a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
So, as long as you're fare well, you'll be in decent shape and can mix up some things with the lineup, etc. But once it gets into match play, there will be no experimenting going on. It will be all on the line.
And that's when you really start to see, like I said, the excitement of this event just really comes to the forefront when these guys guys and gals really, start throwing shots to standoff elimination. That's when it really gets exciting.
So I can give you an idea of where the sort of things stand here just by looking at the teams going down the concourse. Wichita State and Lindenwood here are currently number 1 and 2, and just see if we can read them as we go down. See Midland on next, Morehead State.
And Kansas.
Robert Morris.
Kansas and Robert Morris, yep.
It's like Toledo.
William Patterson. Cal State Fresno down there.
And then it gets a little bit hard to see how things go. I see Weber, because he's still there, Warren up. He's easy to find in the crowd.
yeah, he's generally ahead above everybody else.
So, and we'll, again, no women's action to show you right now because they're waiting to find out their lane assignment. So just on hold as far as the women's go. We will continue to have action for you on Bowl TV today and tomorrow. Then on Saturday will be the taping of the TV shows. All of the finals will be broadcast on CBS Sports Network Fridays in May. That will be the men's and women's here from the Intercollegiate Team Championships, as well as the finals from the men's and women's intercollegiate singles championships. That's some deadwood on our featured pair that we're just waiting to be collected. That is the hold up in front of us.
And I think Gary Brown said it perfect last night when he said, this is basically becoming like college bowling month, on the CBS Sports Network. It's great that, they gave us the opportunity, and, we have bowling on once a week for the next month. Will be just great for the sport and great for these teams and whoever able to make the show.
A terrific exposure to have 4 separate shows, 4 separate weeks of college bowling. So be sure to let everybody know that CBS College Sports is the place to find it. Now on Sunday, Bowl TV begins our live streaming coverage of the USBC Queens. Match play portion of that will be live as well on Bowl TV on Monday, and then on Sunday night, the finals on ESPN2. Tuesday night. I say Sunday.
Yes.
I get my days confused. I caught myself when I said it, but Tuesday. We get match play Sunday and Monday, and Tuesday the finals on ESPN2. So many consecutive days of different events going on. It becomes challenging to keep it all straight, but the good news is that you don't have to remember what I say. You can find it all on bowl.com. The live stream schedule there for you, and we'll also have recap stories, photos, and videos every day from the events so that you can follow what's going on.
And also, Jason, the finals of the Queens, obviously, as you know, is taking place inside the International Training and Research Center there in Arlington. So anybody, within driving distance that wants to come out and really check out the show, there are tickets available. At least there were when I left the training center. That was a little while ago. I haven't been back there in a few days, but if you're interested in getting tickets for the event, you're within driving distance, feel free to give us a shout and see if any tickets are available.
It is a treat to have events in the ITRC. As Brian and Lucas have been talking about quite a bit, training home to Team USA, Junior Team USA, and many teams from around the world. It's really become a destination. I know that we frequently have international viewers here on our live stream. With all the international players involved in collegiate bowling, that makes a lot of sense, but the ITRC has been extremely popular. We've seen teams, top teams from really all of the zones around the world have visited.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mentioned all that we're open for collegiate teams and individuals regardless of skill level, but really on the international level as well. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, now we've officially had a team from every zone come train in the ITRC, which is great. The Asian zone, the European zone, the American zone.
It's one of the missions, really, of USBC and the ITRC is to elevate the level of bowling around the world. Some of you might think, well, it's a little bit odd to have Team USA's coaching staff helping what may be opponents in the quest for gold medals, but we're of the opinion that increasing the quality of bowling around the world that benefits everyone, and so we have that commitment and invite all of our friends from across the globe to come in and visit the ITRC and train and utilize some of the best tools and technology that the sport has to offer.
Yeah, that's a great point, Jason. That can be looked at a little weird sometimes when you're dealing with, giving training to, teams that possibly can beat the United States for gold medals. But, in the grand scheme of things, it's for the betterment of the sport and for, a chance to get into the Olympic Games some year. That's, it really has to deal with the whole world embracing bowling and getting better at it around the globe. So, we're here to do our part and hopefully do the best we can at, improving not only the skill level but also the knowledge of the game.
Well, it looks like that our women's featured pair is ready to get going, and it's going to be Wichita State and Weber International.
Thanks to Jason for sitting in for me for a few minutes. Watching game 22 on the men's side, game 21 on the women's side as they get underway. Did I miss anything exciting, Brian?
Not necessarily exciting. Same old, I guess you'd say. It seemed like Lindenwood got off to a great start on the right lane, but then kind of struggled down the stretch a little bit. And this game, they're struggling a little bit on the men's side. And once again, I think that's just because of the ball return. We're dealing with a pretty long ball return, and they're playing so far inside, it's harder to generate enough ball speed to get it pushing through that middle part of the lane. And then the women's haven't missed anything. They just started back up.
Yeah, they just got underway, and Wichita and Weber started with spares. Stephanie Martins from Brazil leaves the 4-pin there for Weber.
So they really are Weber International. Right?
They are, yeah. They've got Puerto Rico, Latvia, Brazil, Aruba, yeah. Quite a few international players on the team. They've also got some American players, but good number of internationals on that team. Wichita's got a couple as well, with Jazreel and Tanya.
Yeah, Jazreel, I'll tell you what, gosh. I mean, getting to watch her, I didn't have the opportunity to go to the World Championships last year on the women's side, but I with my wife taking part in it, I was up till 4 or 5 in the morning every night watching the finals on live stream and listening to you. And man, that Jazreel Tan, she can most certainly get it done.
Yeah, she's really talented, and she said that on Tuesday, she made it to the singles show, and so she led the qualifying on Tuesday and then won her only match on Tuesday afternoon. And I said, "Oh, congratulations." She goes, "Yeah, I didn't bowl very good." That must be nice. Lead qualifying, win your match, makes TV, and didn't bowl very good. Give me a break. Jeez. There's very high expectations and standards for herself.
Yeah, I would tend to say she may be a little step above the rest here.
Yeah.
She's and not that the other players aren't highly talented as well, but she's winning medals at a very young age on the world scene, bowling against the best of the best across the world, including the best of the best in the United States, and holding her own.
For sure.
More than holding her own. So
winning.
Yeah, exactly, winning. So I could see where she could have a day where she didn't necessarily feel she performed her best, but still was enough to get the job done.
Yeah, when you're at the same caliber as the Team USA players, like your wife, Shannon O'Keefe, and Carolyn Dorn-Ballard, Kelly Kulik, I mean, that's saying something. And I would say Jazreel's right there with those players at this stage. And she's so young, too. Just a junior here in college.
Just a junior, huh? She's got another year?
Got one more year, yep.
And
she's been a first-team All-American all 3 years.
Yeah, I was going to say, did she – I'm pretty sure she won the Bowler of the Year last year as well, right?
Rookie of the Year her freshman season, and then back-to-back Player of the Years for Wichita State.
I would tend to think that she would probably be the odds-on favorite next year already to repeat that honor.
You would think so. I know she's got some wrist issues, and that might be the only thing that hinders her moving forward. She said that Coach Lewis has not let her bowl very much in the couple of weeks leading up to this event. He wanted to rest her a little bit, and so I think that's probably why she thought she was a little rusty on Tuesday. But it's still, she still bowled great.
That'd be extremely unfortunate if any injuries would sideline her for any extended period of time.
Yeah, she's been battling that wrist for a little while now. Here she is, Jazreel Tan.
Well, she does have a unique ring 10 there. She does have a unique release. I would almost call it more of the modern game release that we see more on the men's side these days, where their wrist, they almost collapse their wrist. They've always been taught to keep your wrist in a firm position, but a lot of the modern type players, the guys you see on tour, and a lot of the guys here that really can generate that high rev rate, they tend to collapse their wrist at the bottom of the swing, and she does that. She's one of the few female players that does that, and so she's a small little thing. Her wrists aren't very big, so that's putting a little bit of strain on there.
Fifth frame for Weber, only 64 in the fourth for them. They had 3 spares and then the split in the fourth frame. 10-pin.
Could be a trivia question. Who won the Bowler of the Year before Jazreel? Because that person could.
With the year that Jazreel was a rookie, it was Jennifer Wright.
She could stop the quartet of Bowler of the Year titles from Jazreel's household.
That's true. Yeah, Jazzy was the first team All-American that year, but and Rookie of the Year, but didn't quite get the Player of the Year honors. That went to Jennifer Wright. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody has won 4 consecutive Player of the Year. Dan
Bill
McClellan,
O'Neill
Bill O'Neill, Dan McClellan. I think Dan might have been 3 years in a row.
I think Bill as well.
Maybe
I'm
Bill
not
was
mistaken.
pretty close. It's a tough task, I think, to do for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So many good bowlers in college bowling. To be the top back-to-back years, that's hard enough. To be top 1 year is hard enough.
Yeah.
Take a look at the scoreboard here for the men. Wichita State with 210, Lindenwood 177.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see those scores almost flip-flop once they go to the other lanes.
It seems like 17 is a pretty good lane. We saw Lindenwood 250 there their last game on that lane.
Yeah, you consider that and their ability to just take their full approach.
That's true.
You know,
because you don't have the ball return in the way on 17. That's a good observation.
A lot more momentum.
Yeah.
You can increase your tempo, generate ball speed easier. You don't have to generate ball speed with your upper body. That generally, tends to pulling the ball down from the top and not executing the best shots. So I wouldn't be surprised. Obviously Wichita's plenty talented and they can bowl good games on that right lane as well. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Lindenwood bowl a couple good games here on the left lane and possibly Wichita struggle just ever so slightly on it.
There's an example of taking advantage of the full approach here. Danny Spink with the strike for Lindenwood. Didn't have to be affected by a ball return when he's on lane 17. Get as deep as you want on that lane.
Yep.
Allie I-Jams 10-pin for Wichita in the 7th. They're in game 21, the men in 23. Look how deep Jeffrey Young is. He's almost on lane 17 at this point.
I have a feeling this is going to be a 3-step approach.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, and loft. And he pulled it.
Yeah.
You could tell off his hand that it was rotating in the air, and as soon as it hit the lane, it had no chance. It was not going to keep going right.
Yeah, that's just so hard to do. I mean, especially you start talking about 3-step approaches. Generally, if you tend to be a 5-step bowler, there's plenty of people that can take 4 steps, sort of cut out that first step that doesn't do much besides sort of set your tempo and everything,
right,
and just go to a 4-step approach. But going to the 3-step approach, you got to let that ball start moving in your swing and really time when you have to start walking. And trust me, from experience, that's not the easiest thing to do in the world. And then throw it hard and try and push the ball through a part of the lane that the ball really doesn't want to go through unless you make it go through there.
Another one of our new Junior Team USA members, Kelsey Muther. 10-pin. Seems to be leaving a lot of 10-pins on that lane, Wichita State does.
Yeah, it seems like the balls are just starting to go a little bit early. Skid phase on the lane is a little too short, and the ball's just losing axis rotation just a little bit too early, and that leads to the ball not quite entering the pins with enough gusto.
Just seems like there's not a lot of margin for error out there right now. See a lot of balls pulled through the nose, all missed to the right. That's just a comfort thing that's causing that, or what? But looks challenging out there right now in these final few games. Again, the match play's coming up in about 2.5 hours here on Bowl TV. So be sure to tune in at 4:30 Central Time, the start of practice for our first round of matches. They start competition at 4:45 Central Time. 2 rounds of matches tonight, so be sure to tune in for that, and all day tomorrow right here on Bowl TV until we know the final 2 men's teams and final 2 women's teams for the television show on Saturday, taped for broadcast on CBS Sports Network 4 Fridays in a row in May, starting May 4th at 10 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah, and the funny part, one of the things we don't have to worry about at the training center is, ball returns. We have the ball returns off the back of the approach, but, somebody has actually asked before, what if you want to practice that? You can't really practice walking around the ball return at the training center.
You can put a chair out there for you or something, right?
Sure enough, head coach Rod Ross said, we can just go grab the other ones from the training side or from the spec side, the research and specification side of the training center, and place it out there so you can give yourself that same feel. Because as you can see, pretty much what I thought was going to happen is, it's happening. Lindenwood's got strike, spare, triple, and Wichita State, it's so hard to generate enough ball speed to be able to get the ball to push through the lane. And they're all standing from the ball return. And
I wish I could count like what board their feet are on, but it's too hard to tell.
Well, I would have to bet that they're just guessing. They're just picking a spot over there. They're trying to visualize it more than anything.
And they're around 55 with their feet, probably 60, something like that.
Yeah, that's just impressive.
It's pretty deep.
Gosh. You can throw it that hard, loft it that far, and still keep it on line.
Yeah, that's tough to do. Let's see. Look how deep Danny is here. I mean, he's sliding in front of the cap on lane between 16 and 17.
And Danny, he tends to have a little heavier ball roll, which he tends to come more up the back of it naturally, which does not lend itself to success right now. You want to get your hand getting around the side of the ball to create some extra skid. And so I would think that he would not necessarily be in his comfort zone right now and probably doing, trying to get his hand around it isn't the most comfortable thing in the world for him to do. But he has to excuse himself from all the Wichita State girls over on the other lane before he bowls. He's so far over there.
Jazzy. Right through the face. Second shot in the 10th. They're going to shoot 190 with the spare. Weber can get to 180. That'll put Weber's max score at 168 now. It's Jeffrey. Leaves the 5-pin. He had a big smile on his face after that one.
Yeah, once again, like I said, you can bowl 160 from everywhere. He tried something different. He just tried to take the lane more out of play, but the problem with that, the ball did not have nearly enough drive through the pins.
Now he knows how I feel.
But you look up at the score, a 9 spare after a triple is a lot better than 6-3.
Right. Yeah, he went 7-2 in the first, so
he can make that.
Yeah, that's 5-pin. You should make that in his sleep, right? Fill ball for Wichita State. They shoot 189. Fill ball coming up for Weber as well. They can shoot 168. They're wrapping up game 21 on the women's side. Game 23 on the men's side. As Petzold up for Lindenwood on lane 17. Looks pretty good.
And that cannot be a strong ball that he's throwing, because he's got the best reaction out of the whole pair. His ball's kind of laying there. I wonder what type of ball it is he's throwing. And it's going down there about 22 miles per hour.
Yeah, he's throwing pretty speedy too. Yeah, just kind of not letting the ball do a whole lot out there.
No.
That one crosses over. That's a lucky break right there. Take that to the bank. That's a 3-bagger for Lindenwood. They got a chance if Miller can strike out in the 10th to shoot a big game here, 259 possible.
Yeah, that can be the tough part too, is that when most people try and loft the ball more, they tend to hit up on it a little more and actually, hit it a little bit harder, which is just going to make the ball hook even earlier. So sometimes by trying to loft it as far as they are, if they don't really project it down the lane, the ball's going to hook just as early as it would have if they would have bowled naturally. So, which that's what looked like happened on that last shot in the 9th. But fortunately for them, a little cave-in shot, and they'll take it.
Tanya with a strike for Wichita State in the first frame of game 22. Brad Miller up for Lindenwood now. A little air time on that one. That wasn't a bad shot, just a little high. Leaves that 4-pin. Again, the match play portion will start at 4:30 Central Time, about 2 hours and 20 minutes from now, right here on Bowl TV, so be sure to tune in for that. 9th frame for Wichita State here in game 23. One more game to go after this one for the men. Wow, that was a great shot right there. Pretty sick. I mean, that takes some talent to do that, what he just did right there, Devin Bidwell.
Yeah, Devin's been bowling great all year, not only collegiately, but also he makes his way down to our neck of the woods quite often to bowl stuff in the DFW area. And actually, I went back home to Buffalo, New York, roughly where I'm from, in the Rochester, New York area, and I went back to bowl a tournament. And who do I see walk in the door but Jeffrey Young and Devin Bidwell?
Nice.
So, yeah, he's a traveling machine.
So Lindenwood going to be in the 230s this game. Wichita State can get in the 2 teens. 217 is their max as the Branson steps up. Looks pretty good right there. Oh, Messenger love tap on the 7.
And that's a good game for that lane, for sure.
That'll get him in the 200s. Miller with the fill ball.
And he looks like now he's almost, every so often, he's sliding into the gutter cap so hard that it's almost, it's acting like he's sticking because he's sliding directly into the edge of the gutter cap.
236 for Lindenwood, so that's a great game. Some pretty fried lanes. Wichita men did get the double in the 10th, so that'll put them in the 2 teens. I think they'll probably bring in a sub for the final shot. I think they're going to bring in Francois Lavoie for a fill. Look at the scoreboard, 236 for Lindenwood, 217 max for Wichita State.
Nothing like taking a couple hours off of bowling and then having to get up there all tight and then stand in front of the ball return, take 3 steps, and try and loft it over the whole lane. Nothing says get loose like that.
Francois bowled really good in the singles too. He lost in the quarterfinal, the match to make the show. He shot 710 and lost to a 750.
Yeah, he throws the ball great.
Yeah, he throws it really good. French Canadian. Bowled the World Championships in Finland for the youth. I guess it's kind of hard to generate some ball speed when you've been sitting around.
Exactly. And he's not exactly a big guy either.
No. 214 for Wichita State. So the women still have 2.5 games to go. The men are in their last game now of qualifying. Again, we're seeding the teams after this 4-game block into the match play bracket coming up at 4:30 Central Time. Not a bad shot there by Jeffrey. I think he'll take a 10-pin at this stage. Last game, he's got 2 frames to bowl, a couple of spares. He'll probably be pretty happy. Jezreel Tan up in the 5th trying to get a double for Wichita State women's team. She didn't like that one at all. It's not a very good shot. Might strike though. Oh, a little nibble.
Man, she's getting in there too. That ball had to be left to 20.
Yeah, I think she'd be one of the women's players that could get in there and play if she had to. Ring 10. Frame 6 now on game 22 for the women here in our position round. Weber International and Wichita State. I'm glad we're gearing up for match play because I'm kind of running out of things to talk about. Can only talk about so much in qualifying.
Yeah, I think like you mentioned, now it's just about trying to finish it up. Obviously the teams that we're looking at here are, they've solidified themselves at the top of the bracket, and ideally they'd like to stay 1-2 so they wouldn't have to meet each other along the way.
Yeah, true.
So, but it looks like they have that settled and just trying to stay loose. Throw good shots. They're going to run the lane, so.
Yeah, the lane certainly won't be this fried at any point through the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, so this is basically just like you said, Luke. It's kind of going through the motions, finishing it up, trying to just make sure you're throwing the ball good.
Just try to get some momentum going into the match play and get a good feeling.
Yeah, that can be a huge difference. Like I mentioned earlier, I think Baker games it's the ultimate equalizer because momentum can switch so fast. So if you do end these last couple games on a good run, it can carry right over through the lunch break and right when you start out, you just have good vibes. You felt like you started throwing the ball better. You felt like you got your feet underneath you. The ball was coming off your hand how you wanted it. And that can definitely carry over, even though the lanes can play completely different.
That's way right for Allie.
Yeah, I think she's got a little modified approach going on herself over there, which you don't see females have to get in there quite that often to be modifying their approach any, but she seems to be struggling doing that. I bet she doesn't have to practice that all that often.
Right. Yeah, you don't see it on the women's side too often.
Maybe a couple players, maybe the Michelle Feldman, Tammy Turners of the world have had to do that a number of times.
Kayla Johnson, Nebraska, I'd say.
Johnson,
She'd probably be a good. She kind of reminds me of Michelle Feldman a little bit, the way she throws the ball.
That's a lot of rev rate.
Yep.
But for the most part, they generally don't have to get quite that deep. I think I've seen my wife do it one time, and it was at a tournament in Cleveland, and her first attempt at it was pretty comical, but then after the next couple ones were actually pretty good, where she sort of stood in front and just took 4 steps off of her normal 5-step approach, and I was like, man, that's pretty good for never doing it before.
The natural talent kind of takes over at that point, probably.
Sure.
Double for Lindenwood. So they try to set themselves up here for another opportunity for a big game to close things out here in qualifying.
And are those scores at the bottom right, are those like up to date of where we're looking at?
I think they may be, actually. The overall standings that we had have gone away, but these two teams are pretty close for the top seed. I don't know how much of a difference it's going to be whether you're first or second, but it looks like it's going to be 1-2, one of the, either Wichita or Lindenwood for the men. Wichita women definitely will be the top seed going into the bracket.
Yeah, for fun's sake, it looks like Wichita State is up by 18 with this last game to go here for that number 1 seed, if those are accurate.
Yeah, I think they are actually. Just looking at the women's side, we knew that Wichita State was up by about 300-something pins going into the position round, and they're up by 300-some pins on Weber, so 340, 330.
And actually, now that I look at it, it's
really close.
It's not even up to date as in game. They're doing it shot by shot. So
yes, it does update after each shot.
Yeah. So as we stand right now, Lindenwood actually would be the number 1 seed if they were to take the picture and it were to be done right now.
Lindenwood also a couple frames ahead, so that impacts things. Yeah, so it's pretty tight between Lindenwood and Wichita. Not so tight on the women's side. Yeah, both teams with doubles going in the 10th, though.
Yep. But, we're up here saying, it's kind of they're just trying to stay loose and everything. But you know, as a team, they want to beat the other team.
Ah, for sure.
Yeah, they're looking at it saying, we don't want to be the number 2 seed. We want to be the number 1 seed. And so it matters to them.
And Wichita State with a 309-pin lead on, at least on second place, going into final couple of games. So they're easily going to be the number 1 seed on the women's side. Lindenwood and Wichita, it's going to come down to the wire here.
Yeah, that's really close. Literally within pins.
This is how deep they are. I just got fooled. I saw a player on 19 standing. I thought that it was one of the Wichita players going to try to play right. And I was like, what's going on? We got something going on here? No, it was somebody bowling on lane 19, but actually standing on lane 18. Jeffrey with the 4-7. Jazzy with a washout, second shot in the 10th. It's going to keep them from getting to 200. Weber can still shoot 214. Lindenwood a chance for a double here, 8th frame. Final game of qualifying on the men's side. It's a good shot. Joey's been pretty good with that ball. It looked like it's worked pretty well for him in playing in there.
Yeah, he definitely has the best reaction. He's got a lot of axis rotation, meaning his hand's on the side of the ball at release, so the ball's pushing through the front part of the lane really easily. And like we mentioned earlier, he's throwing it about 22 miles per hour and just sort of pushing it back there.
188 for Wichita State women. I think on the men's side, it's about a 3-pin overall lead for Lindenwood at this stage.
Yeah, it's really
against
close.
Wichita State. It's really tight. That's a good shot.
And across the way, it looks like Midland will be the number 3 seed.
Yeah, that's how it's shaping up. Although Robert Morris may actually have jumped him. 48-60. No, I don't think so, because Midland still has 3 frames to go.
Yeah.
So I don't think that they caught up. It looks like a little bit, but not quite going to be close enough.
Yeah.
.48-73 for
Yeah.
Robert Morris.
That'd be a little short.
Just a little short. It's a big double there for Wichita State. Wichita State's up by about 17. It's close though. It's always hard to tell when it's...
Yeah, the scoring kind of adds weird.
Yeah, it adds weird. It was fooling with my head a little bit on Tuesday doing the singles competition as well. Because it adds it differently in 2 different places. The total on the far right for Lindenwood says 49.87, but then the total point pin says 50.15. So it's kind of, it messes you up. One adds as it goes, the other one doesn't add until the shots are thrown. So it messes you up a little bit. Bottom line, I think if Wichita State finishes pretty strong here, they'll have the number 1 seed on the men's side. And that is a pretty good shot right there from that angle for Devin Bidwell. Didn't strike, but pretty good effort. Wichita women ahead by 300 and, well, not quite 300 pins, 297 pins.
Enough.
Weber, yep. More than enough with 2 games to go. Again, match play starts at 4:30 Central Time. Be sure to tune in for that this afternoon. Going to have a lunch break after the women finish game 24. They got 2 games to go. The men are in the 10th frame, the 9th and 10th frame of their final game right now. And then I'm sure that they will be very happy to have a break because it's been a long day of bowling, 6 hours of intense competition here, and they get to go eat some pizza and relax, courtesy of Dexter.
Yeah, that's a long time to
it is.
be bowling continuously.
think that Wichita just needs a mark with good count here in the 10th frame to pass Lindenwood and stay in the lead heading into the bracket and get the first seed. Eric Branson, final frame for the Shockers. Oh, almost a 6-8. Leaves just the 8 pin. Got to make it though.
Yeah, looks like they do have to make it.
Can't get anything past me. I'm pretty good on these scoreboards.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you spend as many hours as I do live streaming. Actually get pretty good with the math. Hopefully it'll keep my brain sharp for when I get older.
And I'm pretty good with the math side of it. When you're looking at how it's adding it up, that's the troublesome part.
That could throw you for a loop sometimes. It'd be nice if there was some kind of standard, you know, where it was the same for everything, every computer system. I needs 5 pins on the fill ball. $5 for the top seed. Shouldn't be any problem, I wouldn't think. That's good enough.
That should be 5.
Yep. 50-32 for Wichita State, 50-27 for Lindenwood, as the men are done for 2 hours. That'd be a nice 2-hour break for them. Let those hands relax a little bit. Let the knees and the legs take a break, sit down. I mean, they're standing for 6 hours. I mean, that in itself can be tough.
Yeah, that plus, like you mentioned, the hands, I think that's a great point, is that the start-stop action is probably the worst. You know, as a bowler, and I don't bowl nearly as much as I once did, but still, the start-stopping action of bowling is what really makes the hand tender. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to rip open and stuff like that, but you know, just makes it tender when you're throwing a shot, stopping for a few minutes, throwing a shot. If you do that for 6 hours, when they come back in a couple hours, it'll probably feel like they bowled about 25 games this morning.
Well, in reality, you bowled 24 games, you bowled 2 frames, you bowled 48 frames. So you're looking at about 5 games or so that you bowled. The anchor bowlers, it's a little bit more than that, but. You know, it'll feel a lot more than 5 games.
I can assure
intensity and the mental fatigue and all that stuff's going on.
But I'm sure they'll be able to get up for it. This is when the tournament really begins, I guess you could say.
Yeah, the qualifying. I mean, it's important to try to get up there and to be one of the top seeds, so you don't have to face the other good teams. But at the same time, nobody's eliminated at this stage, so you know, there's nothing lost for any of these teams.
And like you mentioned on Tuesday, the last place qualifier is in the top 4.
Yeah, so you never know. You just don't know. And there may be teams that really struggled in the back half of this block that liked the fresh a lot. And because they couldn't really do a whole lot on the burn, they may be lower in the standings than they probably should be.
Yeah, or a team, I remember last year, you know, Wichita State really struggled during this qualifying portion of it. You know, for whatever reason, they're feeling stuff out, but then, you know, you give good teams more time on the lanes, and eventually they'll figure it out. You know, a team like Weber International has very talented players, and they're struggling a little bit. They're down towards the bottom. So, you know, one of those top teams is going to have to face them this first round, and if not the first round, possibly the second round. And, you know, that's when, you know, it gets really exciting because, you know, not all the best teams always bowl the best, so you can find some very interesting and competitive matchups right from the first opening match.
Jazzy hated that one off her hand, almost missed the head pin left. I think Wichita State will just be happy to have this over with on the women's side. And they're almost at the point where they could not bowl the last game and still be the #1 seed, you know. We're just going to not bowl the last game, take a break.
Get some lunch early.
Yeah, get in the lunchroom before all the other teams get in there. Hopefully the guys will leave him some food.
Yeah, no kidding.
These guys are going to be hungry.
Yeah, you made a great point when you said that. Maybe they'll wait strictly because of the lunch issue,
Yeah.
but then they started them right up. So the guys are like, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to get it. I think it's pizza for lunch, so they're going to be out there chowing down. Hope they have enough.
Pizza, some salad. I know they have salad over there. They gotta have some good stuff.
Healthy.
Yeah, I can't keep it all about the pizza aspect.
Yeah, pizza and cookies probably not the best fuel for bowling, but
Well, there's always cookies when John Janowitz is around.
or cupcakes or something. I wonder what Jason thought about the maple bacon. I keep saying pancake, maple bacon cupcake.
Well, I will tell you one thing. He was back by me when he was eating it, and it took about 1.2 seconds for him to inhale it. So I don't think it was terrible.
He must have liked it. Thumbs up or thumbs down on the maple bacon cupcake? Okay, he liked it.
Yeah, he liked it. I pretty much can put bacon on everything, but I've never had it on a cupcake.
Yeah, bacon makes everything better, I'm pretty sure.
Well, that's so interesting coming from him, too. I mean, he's the sweets master, but yet if you look at him, you swear he'd never had a sweet in his life with how skinny he is.
Yeah, John Janowitz, I think his body fat percentage is about 3%, you know?
But, you know, I normally don't ever see him eat it. He's just giving it away.
That's right. He's just enabling. He's an enabler. That's what he is. I think he does eat them in secret, but, you know, he also will go and run like 5 miles after he eats a cupcake to make up for it. 7th frame of game 23. Got another game to go after this one on our women's side. The men are all done with their qualifying portion. If you're going to take a break and step away from our coverage, make sure you tune back in at 4:30 p.m. Central Time for the start of match play. That'll be practice, and if you want to wait till we start actual competition, that will get underway at 4:45 Central Time this afternoon.
Yeah, you can almost feel the atmosphere in here. Everybody's kind of, you know, calming down. It's kind of like the calm before the storm, because when they come back in a couple hours, it'll be anything but calm in here for every match on the lanes.
Yeah, there won't be any fooling around. It'll be all business coming up this afternoon. Right now, it's just kind of going through the motions, getting this thing over with and securing the position in the bracket. Somebody says in the chat that Jack in the Box has a bacon shake. I don't frequent Jack in the Box, but a bacon milkshake? That does not seem appealing to me.
I have never had that.
I've never heard of that, but that sounds kind of gross, actually.
I do like Jack in the Box.
Not a fan.
I don't eat it a whole ton, but I do like it, just strictly because they seem to have bacon on everything they serve.
It's a very healthy option.
Yeah, so that would make perfect sense that they do have a bacon shake, but I've never had it.
Kind of run out of things to say, so we're talking about bacon, cupcakes, and milkshakes. They want to know, Deep, did you get a cupcake? I don't think you got one.
I did not.
Oh. Well, I might have to fix that. We'll talk to JJ. He maybe can bring you one in the second half of the day.
Yeah, he said there was a few more left, but that was before Jason went and raided his bacon one. So.
Well, we got our cupcakes delivered first thing this morning. Almost.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so he was just waiting.
Yeah, they were sitting here for a while until we had a break.
Gosh, how did he wait so long?
I don't know. He was sitting over there.
He said there's a few more back in the office. I told him maybe this afternoon I'll have to indulge a little bit, but. That is a very good point. Thought he'd never hear that Lucas would be out of things to say.
That's Tim Pfeiffer, by the way. Hello, Timmy.
Well, just just winding down here. It looks like Weber's, with a game to go, will have a pretty considerable lead on the 3rd and 4th place qualifiers. But then the 3rd and 4th place look within a couple pins. So between Pikeville and Midland,
it's a 28-pin lead for Pikeville for the number 3 spot. But yeah, it looks like it'll be Wichita State first, Weber second at least.
Midland kind of the hometown favorites here.
Yeah, pretty close by. Fremont is, I don't know, 50, 60 miles from here, I think.
Not too far
it's
at all.
Close. Fremont, Nebraska. A lot of people think Midland's in Midland, Texas, but it's in Fremont, Nebraska, which makes absolutely no sense to me. Tenth frame in progress for Weber. Zavialova with a double. That'll get them in the 200s if she can get 5 on the fill.
Speaking of the weird type releases that we were talking about with Jazz Reel, Diana has the same type of sort of action at the bottom of her swing, and when she follows through, it almost
hits her in the face.
Yeah, well, it's almost like her wrist is going backwards. Yeah. She's almost hitting the ball like a backup type bowler, but she's just letting it roll down off of her fingertips, which creates that nice motion down lane.
We see some other players have that kind of funky release of the elite level players.
Yeah, Mike Fagan comes to mind, obviously the first one.
Yeah.
He has something that you could never teach somebody how to release the ball like that. It's just something that's natural, when they grew up bowling.
Alexa Anderson comes in for the fill. 203 for Weber. Wichita State only going to shoot 162 with a strike on the fill. So Weber will make up some ground on Wichita, but they're down by 260 pins going into the last game.
They'll still need to bowl a couple frames.
They'll need to bowl out 3 frames to secure the number 1 seed.
Possibly not.
Yeah.
Because if Weber doesn't start with a triple, then they
that's true. Yep.
But either way, things are securely in hand for the Wichita State team. And as we do start to wind down here, once again, I want to remind everybody about the bowling combine that we have at the International Training and Research Center. Dates are August 7th through the 11th. The women's, the girls aspect of the combine will be the first half, like the 7th, 8th, and 9th, and the boys will be the back half. For any coaches out there listening, we'd love to have you come to the event, support the event. It's something new and exciting, a new way to really look at skill development and skill evaluation. And also for the players, if you guys are interested in signing up, feel free to go on to bowlingitrc.com, click on the Combine tab, and we have our online registration there. It's a great way to really look at the proficiencies and deficiencies of certain players in a different light. A lot of time people end up spending too much time working on things they're already good at, and this is a way to where they can compare themselves against their peers, and so they really know what they need to get better at in order to take their game to the next level, and not sort of waste time, so to speak, working on things that they can already do effectively.
Again, bowlingitrc.com for more information on the bowling combine. You can do the online registration right there, I believe.
Yep, yep, quick and painless.
Yeah. Final game in progress now. Our audience starting to trail off a little bit as we get into these last frames, but hopefully everybody will come back in about 2 hours for the start of match play, because to be honest, I think that's where it gets a little more exciting, a little more intense. You've got every single shot matters significantly in this format, It's going to be best of 7, although I hate to use that best of 7 phrase because it's not really right. It can go 8 games.
Yeah.
Because if you have a tie, you get a half a point. So it's really a race to 4 at that point. And if you tie at 4, you have a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. It's kind of the way to look at it. And you want a point by winning a game and half point for a tie. I've never been a real fan of the whole tying half-point thing. I'd rather see the ties broken immediately with a 9th and 10th frame roll-off, but it seems to work. You know. And
I believe this is the only tournament that I've seen go with that. You know.
Yeah, the NCAA events do that as well.
They do that as well. Okay.
Yeah, they do. And then if they're tied after, they also go to a modified Baker, like a half a game thing, where they do to break the ties.
Yeah. So like you said, race to 4.
Basically race to 4. Yeah. Although you could get to 4 and still not win because you can be tied at 4-4. Very rare. I don't know if that's ever even happened.
That's true.
But you could tie 4-4 and then have a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. They were talking about that in the coaches' meeting last night.
Yep. Yeah, it's an interesting way to go about it. Most things are just done with the 9th and 10th frame roll-off rate, the end of the game of when they tie. But, it's interesting to give each team a half a point.
Yeah. I guarantee you we'll see some ties. I mean, we always do every year. There's always ties at some point. And really, anytime you have a tie in one of those matches, it really it elongates the match because if it just adds basically 2 games to the match because at that point you've got to win a couple of more games to win the match in most cases. But qualifying almost done here. Things not going very well for Midland this game off to our left. They have a lot of open frames. So it looks like Pikeville is going to take the number 3 spot at this stage. I mean, Midland has 1, 2, 3, 4 opens and facing a 5th one here potentially in the 8th. So it looks like Pikeville will be number 3. And I would guess that Midland will be number 4. It looks like it.
Yep.
The teams behind them aren't really.
About 100 pins or so.
Not doing much. So they got a ball return problem here on our featured pair. On lane 16, you can see the ball and the insert spinning around back there. Orange insert, orange thumb insert, and looks like white finger inserts. Can you see that deep? Your eyes that good?
My eyes are terrible. Everybody makes fun of me. I'm like Captain Squinter.
Need some glasses, man.
Yeah, I know. That's it. The problem is I've had glasses a couple times over the last handful of years, and my wife and I are privy to 3 Labrador Retrievers who enjoy the taste of my glasses.
Oh, that's bad news.
So I've lost them all, and so finally it's like, you know what?
Go with the contacts, maybe.
I can't touch my eyeball.
No?
No.
I used to think the same thing. It's kind of like a learning process. It's kind of like acquiring a taste for a food. You have to just keep doing it until you get it.
I have to acquire the ability to stick my finger in my eye.
You really do.
Okay.
It takes time. I never thought I could do it, and this is how we've gotten to the point where we're talking about the optometrist. But the first time I did that, it took me like 25 minutes to get one contact in my eye. So it takes time. But being able to see is important. It's important for bowling too.
It is, yeah.
You need to be able to see what you're looking at.
Right? I've thought about that. Yeah, normally I can't hit what I'm looking at anyways, so
Yes,
it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I don't even realize I squint. I walk around the office and Cindy Wunderlich downstairs, she's like always yelling at me. Get some glasses, Brian. Sometime.
You see Aaron McCarthy for Midland. They're wrapping up the 10th frame. I think there's going to be a big sigh of relief for these players when they get done. They look pretty fatigued out there.
Yeah, that's going to be a test to sort of, turn off their competitive juices, go grab some food, and then be able to turn them back on. Now, I think the fact that they're, 18, 19, 20, 21 years old is going to help, but to be able to turn it off and turn it right back on, and and turn it back on in such a way that it's the never say die mentality, because we're talking about not that you can't win from the contenders bracket, but the longer you stay in the winners bracket, the easier it is to move on.
It's true.
You don't have to bowl all those games, so staying undefeated is first and foremost, and that's going to be starting right up at 4:30 or whenever that gets underway.
Yep. 4:30 with practice. Yeah, 4:30 is practice for match play this afternoon, and then all day tomorrow we've got match play. Saturday we get a day off from live streaming because we were taping the TV shows. And then Sunday, Jason and I fly back to Arlington, and we'll be live streaming the Queens match play starting Sunday afternoon and Monday. And we are going to give away 4 Storm bowling balls during our Queens broadcast. So if you need some new equipment, you need to be sure to tune in when we broadcast the Queens. Not quite sure. Jason and I have to talk about how we're going to give those things away. I haven't come up with a plan yet, but we want to come up with a fair way to give away those bowling balls because bowling balls are expensive. And it's a nice treat if you can pick up a free one just by watching our broadcast. So I think that'll be a real crowd pleaser over the Queens. And our thanks to Storm for providing those bowling balls for us. They're a sponsor of the Queens, and we appreciate them.
Well, hopefully you see me out there on Sunday because that would mean I'm there watching.
That's right.
Watching the wife bowl match play.
I have a good feeling that Shannon will probably make match play. I mean, that's
I hope
top
so.
48. She's easily one of the top bowlers in the country, and but hey, it all comes down to matching up and getting through the qualifying. It's a relatively short qualifying process. Yep. If your ball reaction isn't very good for a few games at the Queens, it's not out of the question to miss the first cut. It happens. We see great bowlers miss the cut there occasionally.
She's been bowling well, and
I think she's been bowling great.
Confidence in Baton Rouge will help, and she's performed quite well in that bowling facility in the past. That's where the U.S. Open qualifying was last year, and she did well there. So hopefully everything works out, but don't want to jinx anything. So I'll just say I hope to see you on Sunday.
Wash out. Conversion for the Shockers in the 6th. Not only do the players look a little fatigued, Jason Overstreet looking a little fatigued over there as well. I bet his arm is hurting him a little bit from moving the cameras.
He's a trooper.
He is. And it's nice to have the help because usually it's me by myself doing live streams a lot of the times. But we're bringing the big guns for the big events.
Oh, yeah.
Makes it nice. It makes it for a much better production when can move the cameras around, and I think people will really enjoy it. Even though they're tired and been bowling, they still get the cheers going.
Yeah,
it's relentless.
I'm convinced that's the reason why it's taken so long.
It might be. I mean, just think of all the energy they exert with the cheers throughout the course of the day.
Well, as we're winding down, I want to thank you guys for having me up here. It's been fun.
Yeah, thanks for sitting up. Appreciate you helping pass the time because otherwise I don't know what I would have talked about for so many hours.
I mean, hey, you guys got the capper seat. I should have waited. Come up later to when I can see all the matches. I can see it up close.
You're welcome to come up this afternoon if you want to during the match play. I'd be happy to have you.
Maybe I'll do that.
For a little while. At least until the Chris Barnes and Dave Lamont show starts.
So yes. So I need to get in quick because I know where I stand with those guys.
I think that Chris and Dave don't get until a little bit later tonight, so they'll be here most of the day tomorrow. When do you take off? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yep. Yeah, I'll be here a little bit. I'm going to be around the hotel a little bit later tonight to talk to the coaches if they have any questions about the combine. Like I said earlier, just kind of be a face for the ITRC, so they realize that we care about college bowling. We're trying to make it better and trying to put ourselves out there. And the combine is just a way to try and do that and show that. So just trying to be here for them if they have any questions, and try and let our viewership know as well what we have going on in the summertime over at the training center. And anybody's interested can find all the information on bowlingitrc.com or bowl.com/combine.
Wow, just another frame to go.
Finishing touches.
Again, back in about 2 hours or so with the start of match play here at the ITCs. Be sure to return. It's been on the air for 6.5 hours today. And
that's nothing for you.
No, really, I know. Sometimes it can be a lot longer than that. Hoosier Classic comes to mind in Indy, where we do 12 5-player team games. So each one of those games takes about an hour and 10 minutes, so it adds up.
Well, those World Championships can't be too much shorter when you're talking about multiple squads, just one after the other, after the other, after the other.
So we're in our final frame here, and then we'll have a break for a little while before we get underway with the match play. Again, Ryan O'Keefe's been sitting in. Thanks to him for all the great information on the bowling combine and the bowling ITRC. And more information at bowlingitrc.com if you'd like some information on the combine or on the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas.
Yeah, I think I'm ready for a little lunch myself.
Yeah, so. my stomach's starting to rumble a little bit. We might have to raid the players' area, get some grub.
Only all salad.
And again, 4:30 is the start of practice, 4:30 Central Time, an hour and 40 minutes from now.
Well, thanks again, and yeah, maybe this afternoon I'll pop back up here for a little bit. And
yeah, sounds good. Match play will be going on. Hope that everybody will come back. Had a nice audience this morning. Would like to carry that forward as we go on into match play. So we will see everybody in just a little bit. Again, the standings will be on bowl.com. bowl.com/ITRC, and Jazzy throws her spare ball down the landed to hook the lot. So that's going to do it for qualifying. Bowl.com/ITC is where you can find the results from the qualifying, and the brackets will be up there as soon as they're ready. But for now, thanks to Jason Overstreet, Brian O'Keefe, I'm Lucas Wiseman. We're going to take a little break here and regroup and get ready for match play coming up at 4:30 Central Time. Thanks, everybody. See you in a little while.